Yes. Okay. It's been a while since I played some Pyre. It has been more than a minute. But with any luck, we will actually get this cleared for the night, or we'll actually complete the game. That would be pretty slick. Ourselves some freshly ground coffee. And a little coconut cream pie for snacking on. Let's get to it. Let's mentor Ray. You and Ray go over her understanding of her aura and its connection to her presence, both physical and spiritual. The discussion proves informative. Hey, I feel so overwhelmed. I think because the scribes, I think they speak to me and lift me up whenever I begin to think I'm gonna fall. My aura, I think it just that maybe it reflects how the scribes see me. Wait, Mount Elodio's right there. I gotta complete the game like that. Here before you lies Mount Elodiel, stretching far beyond your line of sight. Somewhere upon this mountain lies the only place from which you can escape the downside. Your companions gather round again before Volfred, who stands tall as ever. Whether from the cold air or subject now at hand, you sense a tension in the air. Now then, you all have many questions, no? I've done a lot of talking, so go on, ask away. But there is only silence. One question stands out in your mind which you refrain from asking yet. If only one of you is to go free at first, who shall it be? Go on now, don't be shy. Who first? Questions. Why us? Why you indeed, madam. That I can explain. You've seen the sort you stand against as adversaries in the right. What is it they want, do you suppose? They want their freedom back, of course. They'll settle for it on the Commonwealth's own terms. They'll gain their freedom and some cushy new responsibilities. Perhaps they'll have a hand in sending still more exiles here to join us. Think on it. The Commonwealth arose from the ashes of a fallen empire thanks to the efforts of the first exiles who escaped this place via the rites. It is the Commonwealth's first and proudest tradition to honor those ones who live to redeem their transgressions. They have a certain wisdom, do they not? But as for you, I have been looking for a certain set of dispositions for a good length of time. All I needed was for somebody appropriate to show up and to listen. So I planted many little eyes and ears throughout this land, whispering hints of this, absurd as it may sound. Took someone with a certain faith and creativity to go for it. That someone proved to be Hedwin over there. He was tasked with seeking 2 trustworthy allies, an old buried wagon, and a reader. He was invited to bring others for the ride, all different sorts. Gather enough help, and he and his friends could be free. Long story, but you know much of the rest. So then, why you? Because I've reason to believe you're not the sort to play right back into the Commonwealth's old hand. The rites, as you have seen, are quite exclusive. You are imposters in this little party. You could be the ones to break it up. Now then, more questions. Your head is beginning to spin. You can excuse yourself or keep listening. Volfred's explanations are a lot to take in, though you feel compelled to absorb as much of what he's willing to tell you at this point. He prompts for further questions when Jodariel raises her voice again. Hold. You mistook my meaning. I understand your plan. Still, I wish to know why us? Why are we, among all others, chosen for this liberation rite? Ah, I see. Well, that is simple, really, madam. You are chosen, you are qualified, I should say, because as the expression goes, 'tis what the scribes ordain, though in this case the expression is quite literally true. When the 8 created the rites, each one of them anointed certain other exiles to participate on their behalf, exiles who showed some promise of redemption. The triumvirates they formed have stood the test of time, replenishing their numbers as their individuals moved on or passed on. You've met them as they are today, the accusers, the withdrawn, and so on. The 8 scribes also formed a special group against which all the others would be judged. That group they called the Night Wings. You bear their books, wear their masks and raiments. You need but show up to the rites, you see. The others erstwhile jockey for position for a chance to take you on. Yeah, well, what if we don't? What if we don't show up? Then you would deny yourselves a chance at freedom and deny it also to your adversaries. Victory means nothing in a common right, then. Participation is all that matters. Not so, madam. Only the enlightened may gain their freedom. While failure can be an excellent teacher, the scribes do favor the victor. So you see, those who do not conduct the rites or do not prevail in them sufficiently, they may find themselves barred from the liberation rites. But these are technicalities. The Nightwings disbanded years ago. Since then, no one has gone free. Yet, still the other triumvirates pressed on with a fleeting hope that one day you'd be back. It's been a heavy price to pay in all of this. Now, if you'll excuse me, we'll talk again some other time. Some murmur to themselves about all this as Volfred takes his leave. Others reconnoiter pathways leading up the mountain and present you with some options. Emperor's Fall, a nameless pathway on the outskirts of Mount Elodiel's nameless lower summits. Pamitha expects some long-lost valuables to be stashed here. Emperor's Ascent. A gap through the nameless lower summits beneath Mount Elodiel. Ray believes the 8 scribes will bless whoever goes through here. Valuables. Chinese. Wait. I shall be joining you. What? Now I get 2 chaperones? But sure, I'm game. Whatever you winged us into. Be silent, little bird. Fetch those trinkets and be done. Moi, so full of bitterness. You really ought to make the most of these last precious moments that we share. And you ought not to mince your words. Oh, please. We all know you're going to be the first one out here. So why not quit your constant frowning for a change? I, the first one out of here? Of course. It's plain the others pity you. You've been here longer than the rest of us by far. Me, besides maybe that Volfred, though he seems plenty happy here, making his speeches. How dare you to presume? Nothing is decided as of yet. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Though if by some coincidence you do end up selected for the honor, I just want you to know something. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, do hope we shall prevail on your behalf. Because that way you shall be free, of me at least, and I in turn shan't have to suffer any longer your hideous attitude towards me and everything. At that you intervene. Jodariel's eyes burn with fury, but then she calms herself. I shall see you at the wagon, reader. Pamitha scoffs as Jodariel storms off. I swear that one. Well, moving on. There's something sparkling down there. Be right back. She swoops out of sight, leaving you alone there on the mountain. Pamitha soon returns with something that lay long forgotten in the rocks below. You found a star, Splinter. You sense its power. Ooh, here's a nice little artifact. Chinese. Sir Gilman wishes to look upon the sacred waters here at the temple's cistern, the second of 2 paths leading to the mountain's summit. Hedwyn expressed a passing whim to see the view from here. Sister. At long last! The worm surges towards the waters of the cistern. You decided to join him for a brief excursion there after another hard day's ride. You find him in a shallow pool, appearing very much contented. This night, he thought he may never again feel fresh water's cool caress against his scales. He sighs, splashing about from time to time, and then he turns his attention over to you. You, Master Reader, you're most kind. To take with you this wayward knight, he swears to prove himself to you and to the rest. He knows that soon now someone may go free. He knows the choice of whom may weigh upon you heavily indeed. For it is you who ought to make the choice, is that not so? This night, he heard it from the others, so it must be true. Now, listen, please, upon what little honor this knight has. This knight's penance isn't yet complete. There's much atoning to be done, so when rises the occasion to decide who ought to go free, this knight wants you to know something. Please do not choose him, not even if you wish and not even if you can. He begs of you, allow this knight that simple dignity. With that, Sir Gilman sinks into the waters. His tail waves to you to leave him be for now. Huzzah! Great wisdom clouds over this knight's entire consciousness. He's a fun one to do voices for. If anyone's lurking, feel free to drop a hello. So I don't feel like I'm just screaming to the void. I'd appreciate it. You and your companions gather at the Scribe's Gate, where the single narrow trail to the summit narrows even more and falls under an archway carved of stone. Come along now, everyone, and be prepared to speak your mind when you are called. Frankly, most of you still lack enlightenment, but we may pass together much how we act as with a single heart and mind during the rite. Well then, lead onward to reach. Please follow me. Removing his hat, the lone minstrel approaches the gate. You and all the others follow. When the last of your companions near the arch, you notice someone standing high above, who then appears before you. She eyes the lone minstrel first. Is that you, Tariq? It is. Greetings, Leia. And how was your rest? Too long, Leia. It seems your work has piled up in the meantime. You bring this many to the gate? Ah. Then let us make this quick. She gestures toward the rest of you. Now each of you in turn, state who you are and what you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Do as she says, please, without questioning. Your fellow exiles exchange glances, but quickly comply. Star. They call me Headwind the Deserter. I've come here seeking freedom for myself and my companions. In my case, so I can return to be with the one whom I love. The woman bids him forward. The lone minstrel prompts Ruki to speak up next. I am regarded by the name of Ruki Greentail. I just want to get out of here, I guess, with my chums, preferably. Go see Mama back home. I am Captain Jodariel. I do not truly know as yet what I am seeking here. Oh, my name is Ray, and I'm here, I think, because the scraps have called to me. It must be them, because if not, then who? Tizo seeks to live up to the Nightwing's legacy, and maybe see the Commonwealth someday. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion, at your service! This knight is on a quest to find his honor. He lost it at a certain point. Pamathine, I'm only here because my sister is here. Then as Volfred steps forward, the one called Celeste raises her voice. You, I recognize you from Nightwings of the past. You are not clad in the raiments any longer. I would know why. I had my chance already. The Nightwings that now stand before you, I travel with them as a pilgrim. I see. Then state why you are here, as have the others. My name is Volfred Sandalwood. I seek liberty for each of us so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. She waves him by. Then she turns to you, for there is no one left to go. I don't know who I am. I want to see what happens. You take life as it comes and are content to appreciate some of the surprises. The woman regards you for some time and then nods once and waves all of you by. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome here. Go forth with glory. And to Tariq, Celeste, be on your way as well. The lone minstrel bows his head, puts his hat back. He does not look back at her. From the top of Mount Elodiel, you can see the distant downside before you. You think on the many thousand leagues you crossed to reach this point as the sky grows dim.
Say guys, just so you're aware and all, I know how come you're here. How come you made it all the way up here? Oh, I know, all right. You're here because I got the lowest prices in all of the towns. Right? And some of the new stuff I got stuck. You're gonna get a lot of value there, an awful lot.
More stardust. More stardust. More stardust. Excellent.
They're leaving, Dad. Just look at how much we got this time.
Greetings to you, lovely reader. I am at your disposal. Just name the victim, and I shall be more than pleased to make him or her suffer for a bit. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Ray. I must admit I do sense something from that one. I once had a wild heart myself, quite like her own. We shall see if there is more to her than that. Let us bring her forth. Soon Ray arrives in heed of the summons.
The scrubs, I think that if I listen carefully, that I can hear them calling out to me.
The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, girl. The place where you reside at present has but a single rule, which is, you answer to me here.
Wow, okay, I will.
Such naive enthusiasm. Now be silent. It is plain to me you have much to learn yet about the rites, but you have learned something, and I would see you prove it, without the benefit of anyone, save for your reader.
Okay, are you out there to help me with this, mister?
Okay, let's see if I can do this. Shit. I've forgotten the controls. Oh god. That's good. Okay, okay. My turn.
Okay, how'd I do?
I must admit that you did better than I expected, girl. You have passed this trial of yours. Some congratulations are in order to you and also to your lovely reader. Now farewell.
Did I imagine all that, mister? Because I hope I didn't. Wow, what is that you have there?
Whoa! Rank 20. Whoa! Hell yeah. The Imperoob and I, we helped save my emperor, and when the danger did subside, my emperor Soliamur, he said something to me which shook me to the essence of my being. He said, you gave your freedom, Master Golthanian, so that I may yet have mine. You too are now an exile of the downside. In all the days which I have left, I could never repay the mercy you have shown me. So if I cannot do so in this life, then I shall do it in the next. We crossed the land together, and together with the imp, we gained the company of those who saw in him what I did. That's right. Into the roster. New trinket. Shiny. Oh. Is everyone prepared, Edwin? Yes, though several of us have another question that's been troubling us. You need but ask. You said that one of us is going to return to the Commonwealth if we defeat the Tempers in the Wrath this night. What happens if we fail? Edwin, my boy, don't you see? The path to freedom and the path to enlightenment are one and the same. Do you intend to stray from the path? No. Then you have nothing to fear. But let me be much more upfront with you. Should you be defeated by the Tempers this night, then one of them shall end up going free instead of one of you. It is as simple as that. What then is to be done? The very same as if we achieve victory. We await our next such opportunity and make the most of it. Tonight our plan is set in motion. We are united in our cause. We shall look as ever toward the stars for guidance and seize upon our future chances just as they arise. So look up, my boy, and set aside your doubts. It is time to take great strides along the path.
Have passed since last the Nightwings gained the summit of the sacred mountain and stood upon the fall of Solium. You are to be commended for your guidance, reader, but only if you can prevail in this liberation rite. Here you stand to gain much more than some enlightenment. Your adversaries are none other than the Tempers. I trust they need no introduction. Soon, one among you shall regain their freedom.
The pies burn and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Tempers, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. A massive demon swaggers into view. He reaches for his mask. You know who I am already, but look at what we got here. The damned Nightwings decided to show up. Almost figured we were never gonna see the day again. He takes notice of someone in your ranks. Hey, you! He indicates Dardariel. She scoffs back at him. Lose the mask. Ain't seen one of our own in ages, not in these damn robes. Dardariel's hesitation is almost imperceptible before she moves to remove her mask, just as her adversary asks. Satisfied? Whoa, you must be new. Dardariel soon puts her mask back on. Enough talk. Ha! I like you, Curly Hawkins. Tell you what, once we put out your lights, you come along with these guys. We're gonna have a spot. Only shame is, I ain't gonna be around to show you a good time. I should rather cut out my tongue. Oh, you don't mean that. Our kind, we are to stick together. Now come on! Ignarius throws back his mask back on as his allies snarl at the rest of you. Have the Nightwings reached a decision on whose behalf they shall conduct this, right? The lone minstrel gets your attention in his subtle way. Reader, this is it. The first companion whom you choose shall be anointed to go free this very night, if you prevail. The other two in the triumvirate shall lend their aid. As you may know, only the most enlightened in the ranks are eligible to go free. Not all among you may be ready. Now, Nightwings, I would have your decision.
Who most deserves their freedom?
Who indeed will we ascend? Let us take Jodaria. No. Rookie will go first.
Excellent choice, Joe. Now let's get me out of here.
Then the Gate Guardian looks upon you and your adversaries. Very well then, under the watch of the 8 scribes, here are the stakes of this eve's liberation rite. Should the Nightwings prevail, the one called Rookie Greentail shall be liberated. Should the Tempers prevail, the exile Ignarius shall go free instead. She then turns to you. Now, who among the Nightwings shall complete your triumvirate to strive alongside Rookie Greentail and see to his return in glory?
Who shall lend him support?
Hooray! Hooray!
Me? Oh, yes, I will. I will.
And Jodariel.
Ariel.
Very well. Let us prevail here and see this through. Very well. The 8 scribes accept your choices, reader of the Nightwings. She then indicates the lone minstrel. Now, are you yourself prepared, Tari? Ah, Celeste. Then let us all begin.
Nightwing's been waiting an awful long time to get out of this hole. Try and stop me.
Commence.
Good Christ. How do I change characters?
You good for nothing, Nightwings. Skip out on us for years and years, then show up all of a sudden like you're gonna let someone out for once. But now you gotta work for it, yes. Damn it. I used to be the best. At this at least, but now, pressure's getting to me. Can't believe it's getting to me. I'm Moira. I doubt you even recognize me anyway. Come on, Nightwings. Let's see you keep this up.
Good. Quite foul for the Nightwings. You have it. Beneath contempt. Glory to the scribes.
Shit.
I almost pity what transpired there. Almost. You poor Nightwings.
No.
A crushing blow against your pyre.
Oh god, this is gonna be close.
The pyre on each side burns just as true. Oof. And there it is. The Nightwings proved their worth. An outcome which left little room for doubt. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Ugh, what a joke. We should have had this. You should have had this. Got all rusty. Been waiting so damn long. Damn it, damn it. Nightwings. Be seeing you around, I guess. And next time, you ain't gonna be so lucky.
Real good girl. How's it going? So, what now? I guess I'm just supposed to jump into this waterfall thing back there. And then, that's it. Home free. Home free.
Something comes over him.
Now, listen to me, chums. Don't any of you go thinking you're gonna miss me, yeah?
You're gonna just fine, even without old
Rookie Greentail there to keep an eye out all the time.
Even though the rest of you just a bunch of slowpokes and all that. Me, I'm gonna be so busy drinking myself silly and calm my stock. I'm sure soon gonna forget each and every one of you. But just in case I don't, you just be sure to stop by and visit me. You get back there too. Just look for Mama Greentail's shop. Right there in the heart of town. You can't miss. So yeah, stop by and say hi, you know. Now, I think I gotta go, so excuse me.
He drops into the shimmer pool and disappears within, although you can still hear him going on about something.
Whoa, let me tell you, it is weird in here. Hey, it's starting. Oh, wait!
Godspeed, Rookie Greentail. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence.
It has been a while since you've been about these parts. A real good girl. I'm glad to see you. I've been doing good. I got the job. I also got invited to take my citizenship test. So I'm studying for that. Gonna give it a first shake this weekend. Yeah, things are on the up and up for me, and it appears that I've just completed Pyre.
The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours.
After your victory over the Tempers and the Liberation Rite, you return to your wagon to decide how to proceed from here. I miss him already. It is quieter now, but we'll see Rookie again if we persevere. Our journey's now begun in earnest. We'll just need to make a few last preparations while we're here. What about the stars? Can we afford the time? About that, reader, go see for yourself. The night sky over Mount Elodiel is much darker than you would have expected. Your thoughts are with Rookie as you look towards the heavens. Thanks, real good girl. It's been a stressful several months of unemployment, so I'm glad to be starting a job again within a month, basically. You gaze into the darkness of night. Maybe I haven't completed Pyre. You search and search the sky, but in vain. No stars are shining now. The stars revealed nothing, did they not? You confirm his suspicions. It's as the book foretells. This is the chance we need to make ready for what lies ahead. There's a haven south of here we'll travel to at dawn, and when the stars decide to shine for us again, we'll be ready. Mark my words. Guess I didn't complete Pyre. Good morning, my boy. The place I noted earlier, let me illuminate the way. And what about you, real good girl? How have you been? What have you been up to? You know, this week's bullshit and insanity aside. Also, I appreciate you stopping by. You're like my first chatter tonight. And I've been live for like an hour already. Volfred leads all of you into a calm and quiet clearing, tucked away inside one of the mountain's hidden folds. All about you see a variety of strange items and equipment. You find Volfred seemingly lost in thought, but then he turns to you. Greetings, reader. This wagon and I, we have many memories together, and I could not help reliving some of them just now. I suppose some aspects of my past may be of relevance to you, given your role. If there is something you wish to know, You need but ask. Good girl says, haven't been up to much. Going into a manic for gardening. I want to start my... Jesus Christ, I'm dropping things. I want to start my own little veggie herb garden. Nice. I've been kind of pondering wanting to do that myself. Obviously now is not the season because everything started to freeze now. But, you know, I'll do it. At some point. Volfred reminds you of someone you heard about long ago in the Commonwealth. You ask Volfred about his past in the Commonwealth and how it is he came to be in the Downs. How rather forward of you, my boy. Most of whom I have met during my travels here have been reluctant to approach the subject of one's history before one's exile. Nonetheless, I am happy to tell you. As a reader, I assume you are familiar with the stamping press. An illegal invention allowing written materials to be published at an extraordinary rate. I owned and operated one. I took issue with the Commonwealth, the ban on literacy, the interminable wars against the high-wing remnants. I spread the truth about it all with my machine. Under pseudonym, of course. Still, I knew I was putting myself at risk, and sure enough, my stamping press was eventually discovered and burned to the ground. I, however, managed to elude capture for a while. But not for long enough. Here, in the downside, I chanced upon the Nightwings, who were searching for a reader. In that respect, my past, I think, is similar to yours. Anyway, that is the long and short of it. Now then, was there anything else? One other thing I did recently, real good girl, was I made this little animation that you'll see at the top of my chat box up there. Every minute it rewrites itself. It took me so fucking long to figure out how to actually make that work. Oh, excuse me. And basically, like every 30 seconds, it will redraw itself. Basically, I'm looking to add just some subtle animation to my overlay. I don't think I'll do it with the last follower, last sub, last bit, because I think that would be too much text movement going on the screen. And I have that and the starting stream or stream starting right in as well. But yeah, it took a real fucking long time to figure out how to make that work in Adobe After Effects. Like I tried it 3 times across 3 different days and spent hours on it each time. But yesterday I spent almost the whole day until I figured it out. You express interest in knowing how the Nightwings came to be here, and Wolfred's past connection to the group. I have been connected to the Nightwings almost since the beginning of my days in exile. They found me in a manner, as I understand, quite like how Edwin and the others found you. Back then, it was a smaller group than we have now. I joined an exile called Erisa, and another known as Oralek. Once in a while, we let little Tizo stand with us as well. He is rather older than he looks. The other triumvirates we stood against, they feared us. Only the Tempers presented any threat to us, in any given right. But there was a terrible accident. Erisa, we lost her, and Oralek, he was my friend. He fell from Mount Elodiel. We lost him as well on the night when he was to be free. We were reckless, hasty, and I was powerless to stop any of it. I blamed the rites themselves, the circumstances that put us into danger. The downside has claimed many lives, yet this was too much. I vowed never again to don the mask and raiments. I had the black wagon cleared and buried, such that it could not be used again. If the Nightwings would rise again, it would be under different circumstances, under new leadership, and towards a different purpose. That is all I wish to say of this, my boy. It is a lot of work, Real Good Girl, but I mean, the outcome's pretty nice, and now I can do that with any font, and I've got a better understanding now of how to make fonts animate, at least in that particular manner. And it makes me a little bit more confident in myself that I'll be able to pick up new skills in After Effects and apply them relatively quickly. You ask Wolfred about his history with the lone minstrel, whom he seems to know quite well. Tariq was there with the Nightwings when they took me on. His manner has always been much as how you've seen. Although, he is somewhat more cheerful now than I recall back then, if you can believe that. I think our plan has sparked a little fire in him. He serves the Rights and the Nightwings. I have tried to ask him of his past before, but he seems rather reluctant to speak of it, though it is plain that he's not from around. This being the downside, I respect his wishes for some privacy. Nonetheless, although I do not know too much of him, I count him as a friend. I lost track of him for some time, though it was he who first informed me the Nightwings had returned. He and Tizo were instrumental in our meeting. It's been good to see him doing relatively well, anyway. Anyway, was there anything else you wished to talk about for now? You thank Wolfred for his time and bid him a good rest of the afternoon. Likewise to you, reader. Be well. Fishies! I guess we're biting. Everyone, the amenities are modest here, but at Moonlight Alcove. But I suggest that you get comfortable. We may be here for some time. As for myself, I have some business to attend to. Please leave the wagon in my care for now. It shall be ready when you need it next. From the mountaintop, you can see all across the downside its impossible expanse staring back at you. The thought occurs to you that you may never see another land besides it. And so you and your companions wait upon the mountaintop in quiet solitude, anticipating when the cycle of rites begins to turn again. Then you shall have another opportunity to free one of your own. You may earn back their freedom one by one. Many moons pass. Then, one evening, may I have a moment, reader? The lone minstrel finds you poring over the Book of Rites, as has been your learning through your stay in this abode. Begging your pardon, but there is something you may wish to see. Please follow me. You follow him into the cold night. Look forth, reader, sir. The stars shine like you have never seen. Once more the path towards salvation is revealed, but now something is different. Oh. Now, several rights avail themselves to me. Okay. I think I'm going to gain a bunch more companions. The stars urge that we go to the pit of Melitha, a long way off. Volfreyed, sir. How are we to reach the pit of Melitha in due course of time? You know full well, Tariq, preparations are complete. You think you see the lone minstrel smile ever faintly, but cannot be sure. Please ask the others to gather their belongings, rest, and then assemble at the wagon there at dawn. We shall be departing at that time. As you hoil, sir. The cycle begins anew. As the years advance, you'll find there ought to be fewer rites this time, until once more we are to traverse Scribes Gate. Exactly how many it is difficult to say, but our next chance at liberty ought present itself much sooner than before, so let's be ready for it. Now then, see you in the morning, reader. Next morning, Volfred calls everyone together before the black wagon. This old wagon is more than it appears. With Bertrude's aid, it escorted you across the sea to me. Now it shall escort us anywhere the stars require. Come and see. Something has changed about the wagon's interior. What looked before to be old cracks and signs of age now expose various intricate components once hidden from view. You are the Nightwings. You should travel in their customary way. He turns to you, indicating levers and devices marked with symbols from the book. Now, reader, whenever you're ready, you may take us up. I'll show you how. My wagon's gonna fly. It's gonna fucking fly. And everyone else, hang on to something. Oh, baby. Having soared into the sky, the black wagon remains aloft somehow. Tizo is excited to be flying again. You get the impression this may not be the first time for him. By the Underking! I can't believe it. The Nightwings sail the skies again, wheresoever the stars may call for them. There is one catch. The downside provides few locales suitable for landing, though we should be able to find at least a couple landing places near to where we're going. We'll then make way by land or sea towards our destination. Now, without further ado, let us proceed. Whee! Oh, that's neat. What the hell? Sisters, we are under attack. Hold. No, we are merely being mocked. By none other than Nightwings. Mock us all you wish, then. Wastrels of the Commonwealth. Wastrels. The sight of you in that utterly outlandish wagon, your mere existence is an affront to the act of flight. Would that my sister and I could soar tireless and free as once we did. But nay, we must resort to such ignoble means of travel such as you. Now stay away from us, lest our vengeance should extend beyond your Commonwealth and become much more personal in nature. What now? Everyone has flying wagons? This is bullshit. Yes. Something about the strange islands you see below draws your attention. Best to avert your gaze from the Isle of Kalimar. Even the scribes themselves thought to avoid the place. Let us fly on. Why does everyone have flying wagons now? What? I meant to be special, damn it. As you soar above the waters of Wyrm Gulf, you notice Sir Gilman sidle up to you, very slowly.
We are very, 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 very high above the waters. If this night is not mistaken, this night's brethren lurk beneath the surface there in numbers untold. Fortunately, if we were to come crashing to the surface now, then this night, why, he would receive a watery burial in the custom of his kind.
Great, thank you.
A gloom hangs thick of the pit, Melitha, and all around it. You are brave to seek your adversaries here again, reader. Many in the downside believe it to be nothing more than a failed band. They take the tales of Sledge Astralborn to be mythology embellished through retelling for time. You have met others, such as Wedge or Udmildhe, who believe otherwise, although, whichever their beliefs, I know of none who would go near the place unless the stars demanded it. Thus shall your coming ride against the Pyre take place in complete secrecy, as always rides have.
You return to the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. Straight away you sense an air of dread, yet cling to hope that you can make your stay as brief as possible. You and the others check the wagon from top to bottom for any signs of wear. Judariel double-checks the air brakes and reports they are working as expected. Pamitha finds the cabin pressurizer acting up again, causing her concern. A swift kick makes the problem go away for now, leaving you all with some time to yourselves before the day is done. Nonetheless, the dismal environs soon take their toll on everyone. Do I have new pages? Ooh, so many pages. My goodness. Once I too roamed free. I remember well those days in which I was called Chief. I travelled all the world over in my 4 good paws, and I was well adored. I wanted to grow stronger. Here at last I shall not mince my words. This place shall either harden you or kill you. It shall haunt you with old memories. You share the exile's plight. My charge is to alleviate the sting of it for you a little bit, and to prolong your stay, but only for as long as needed. Your charge is to return. We call this place the downside for a reason, but in time, here you can learn to eat, to seek out shelter, to find a certain beauty in unlikely places. In the words of Molten Melithe, the wild witch, years upon long years we spent distilling life essence from many things, which all once writhed under the auspices of their mortality, which we ourselves cut short. In this we have no regrets, for we learned much, and so, we think, did they. We earned the title Witch, and were forced to flee into the downside. Here we encountered Solium Mur, and soon we gained an understanding of each other. He bade us circumnavigate these lands and catalogue our findings. We felt a strong desire to expose the secrets of this land. He wished to yield benefit to those who followed in our wake. Indulge us both, then. In the words of Luce Glorian, the 100 Minds, the scholar, do you feel a kinship with the stars? You owe your everything to them, perhaps one day even your freedom. I chased the stars across the river of my genealogy until they led me here. I demanded they explain to me the paradox of knowledge, or how is it that something that can be shared but still contained within ourselves in its entirety? The stars did not respond, but set me on a quest. I sought the 9 landmarks, which they revealed to me, so that someday I would reveal their mysteries to you. In these landmarks, emissaries of the stars, are 9 lenses through which we see the land and see ourselves in a new light. The 9 triumvirates, in the words of Haub the Swallow, the Accursed. At first I found it much too difficult to read, much less to write, even to grasp the quill, but the Horned One Mur implored me. He said this is the greatest gift he could give me in return. In return for what? I asked. In return for his life, he said. But I did not save your life, I said. You did, he said. We fight about this still. Mur is stubborn, more than I. Now, herein, and by his leave, I chronicle the 9 triumvirates, for I am of this land, unlike the rest, who wish to leave. We knew not everyone could leave who wanted. Seldom would the opportunity arise. Thus did we organize those striving for the chance into 9 sets of 3. In the words of Triesta Tithys, the Blessed Born, on Commonwealth, we the 8 assembled here together in the downside, and we gave our freedom so that you may yet have yours. It is an exchange we have not lightly made. It is my charge to ensure that you should regain your freedom. First off, recognize its qualities and also use it wisely. You do not need a pair of wings in order to be free. My own wings, I once thought they could take me anywhere, and then they took me here where I am bound. It is your charge to be free and not to make the same mistakes. Spring from here and learn from what we did, and build a new and great society, a free society with wings spread wide for everyone. Alright, who can we put through a trial? Edwin! Oh, you must mean that nomad boy. So innocent, that one. I should have a lot of work to do with him. Then let us bring him forth. Soon Edwin appears in heat of the summons. Hey, my friend, what's going on? The apparition Sandra appears, unfastens her mask. Listen well, boy. You answer to me here. Understood. You are a fool. Do not talk back to me. Your reliance on your friends is such a burden upon them. Let us see what you can do without their aid, save for that of your lovely reader there. Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh, Oh, again. Oh, damn it. I'm so freaking tired. I went over to my friend's house. Hold on, real quick, girl. Let me just run this in. Didn't get home till around 3 a.m. Didn't fall asleep till around 7 a.m. because I had to get the kids up and ready for school. Oof. All play and no sleep makes a very tired girl. Shit. I'm gonna fucking lose. Fuck. How many have I lost? Yeah, fuck off, Sandra. We can do better. Well, real good girl, you at least had fun, right? I hate this. And I lose. Again. I did have fun. Couldn't walk for about 10 minutes, but then he made me tacos and got me motivated. Nice. I am losing motivation to do this fucking challenge. It's basically like basketball, but with magic powers. Problem is, there's 3 of them and 1 of me, which makes it really hard to actually get into their end zone without getting myself slapped. And if you get into someone's personal space while they have the ring around them, you basically get blown the fuck up. Hey, Brian. How's it going? Happy Friday. Fuck's sake. You know what? Fuck this challenge. I need to work on Headwind more, I think, for doing this challenge, because he doesn't have like any of his skills unlocked. I'm not even sure he has a item equipped. These fucking glyphs as well. I keep getting caught on them. And game. So how is Friday treating the both of you? Any weekend plans for anyone? Enshrouded. I've heard of that. Headwind gathers everyone together in a quiet spot he found somewhere in the fetid swamps of Cold Moat. The expression on his face soon softens. We've been pushing ourselves for a while. Everyone, we're taking the night off. Set aside your troubles and concerns best you can. They'll be there waiting for us in the morning. As for me, dinner's almost ready. Would that troubles and concerns could be cast aside with such ease. The scraps, they're too revealed as friends they're too real as friends from time to time. Time to pretend like we're best of friends, I guess. In time, everyone takes Headwind's request to heart, each in their own way. It proves a pleasant evening and the group's spirits are lifted to some extent, especially once dinner is served. Rugogo says, not too bad, debating on making coffee just to stay awake. Have to go to work and then do some shopping and have moving out with kids. I'm actually drinking a coffee right now. I have one of those fancy pants coffee makers which freshly grinds my beans. Any more new pages? Oh. Beyond the valley lies the Flagging Hands, which could be called a swamp if an entire sea could merely be a lake. Soon after our arrival, several of us fell into a dark despair, such were the environs. I found it rather fascinating, though. It held aspects reminiscent of the southern bogs we dwelt in as a tad. Oh, this is one of the snake people. We grew accustomed to the dampness of the air and grew to savor certain twigs and beetles. It can be said the Flagging Hands are an acquired taste, recommendable only for those of our same bent, or perhaps the downside's native imps. The seas surrounded the environs on 3 sides, appearing insurmountable at first. Much can be said about the Sisters of the Ark, whom we banished to the great beyonds for deeds irredeemable. Suffice it that the details of their banishment are written in this book. The sisters and the book became inseparable, not unlike the stars, their light, and the infinite darkness that engulfs them. The stars communicate to us and you in turn. The words within this book are but an edifice, a simple surface. Look past the text to the hidden meaning, to the hidden power. The stars above, as they are not mere lights, these are not mere words. If you chance upon Sisters of the Arch within their prison here, give them our thanks. Interesting. Nope. Wait. Gaining the summit of the sacred Mount Elodiel involved no small amount of sacrifice and sorcery in varying proportion. The mountain's energies were palpable, the sensation that we felt indescribable. The lands we stood upon were closer to the stars than the world we knew. It was upon this highest point in all the downside that we first made efforts to concoct this tome, which you now read. It was there that we were stricken with a vision of the cycle of the rites and felt together for the first a sense of freedom unlike any we experienced before. But that is a subject for which our comrades shall illuminate in greater detail. I just wanted to click on the glowy stone, to be honest. Okay, any more? No. Continue.
Whoa. Hey guys, let me tell you something real quick. Now, I happen to have heard that Mr. Greendale, he's moved on or something like that, right? Well, I just want you to know he was one of my most favorite customers, and because of that, I'm giving you the same great deals, okay? appreciate you doing business, and you guys be sure to tell all your friends, okay? You find Pamitha by herself again, though her expression is grown darker than her custom. Leave me be, would you, reader, darling? Trying to get some good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Leave me be, reader. Just leave me be, reader. Just leave me be. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or my mind. What you'll find there isn't pretty. Yet something about her thought process is different to you now. You know that with her conditioning she can resist your scrutiny, but now her thoughts are laid bare to you. Pamitha seems to be inviting you into her thoughts. You remain there in that lonesome space with her. What is it going to take, I wonder, Tamitha? Shall I just go ahead and kill them all? That would be proof enough, perhaps, about my loyalties to you and our sisters. Perhaps I ought to start with this one right in front of me. The bond between you severs as Pamitha opens her eyes and stares at you. Brian says, this reminds me of a one-man play. It basically is a one-man play because there's like no fucking voiceovers in this game, just weird grunts, which would make for a astonishingly boring stream. So instead you get Dad, the man of many voices. Then she smiles sweetly and gives a gentle laugh. You see, reader darling, my thoughts are quite cumbersome, rather cumbersome at times. But do not fear, I have them well under control. Still, a real good girl just redeemed. That did feel good. Still, thoughts being the loathsome thing they are, I nonetheless cannot fully suppress them. She exhales and looks askance. You know now why I'm in this mess with all of you. You could say I lacked Tamitha's sense of commitment, her zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown or something worse. Yes, she could have her way. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening that way, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth Force steel, wielded with the utmost of mercy, of course. Well, I had little patience for the senselessness of it myself. Became a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself and others killed someday. So, when she was to fly out on this one big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But after she was caught, your people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there were such risks, of course, and yet, a chance is still a chance. Tabitha was clipped and cast down, a mercy they called it. I did not see it that way, and in my growing protests of her treatment, I was soon enough to follow. She falls silent for a while. I haven't yet decided if I entirely regret my actions, but I do seek Tamitha's forgiveness and wish she could have seen my thoughts for what they were, as it seems you can. Then she might realize our nation's people have much more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which of them is the stupider. She brushes past you and out of the wagon for now. That one is really difficult to do because of all the other voices I'm doing. It's so separate and apart from them. We found each of the others in due time by fate, not by coincidence. The wise Lusclorian stood among the trees gazing at the stars, expecting us. The wild witch Melitha was so enthralled by my liege's utter transformation that she stayed her sorceries. Blessed-born Triesta swooped down upon us, but to warn of imminent attack. The many-maned Yomor thus intervened, and shared with us his humour and his hunt. Even the Underking Ores himself sought out an audience with us. Thus we became the 8 and journeyed on together. Crap.
Didn't want to close that. If there is one celestial landmark in which I would never again wish to tread, unless of course the stars beseeched me to it, it has to be the pit. 'Twas dark in there beyond all reckoning, if not for Melithe's sorcerous lantern. All of us, we all, would have been lost. What lies within the pit is not to be invoked, although I have no doubt our goodly Underking shall be unable to prevent himself from boasting of how Melithe sealed it there for an entire age. The thing yet lies there on the edge of death. Through its connection to the stars, it gives the pit significance. Walk there with courage and a steady mind.
Commence the rite.
Everything is set for the rite to commence, and all is quiet amidst the poisoned lands at the pit of Melitha. All there is left to do is wait for nightfall to set. You observe Sir Gilman sliding back and forth, back and forth. You sense something is weighing on his mind.
This night is not a night at all. This knight betrayed his former commander, abandoned his brethren of the sea dominion. But what is knighthood even? What is knighthood if it means having to follow such a craven as that Sir Deluge? Cease this nonsense, Gilman. Focus on the right. Focus on the right. Focus on the right.
He notices you finally.
Oh, Master Reader, this knight did not see you there just now. Such was his preoccupation with the task at hand. A real good girl has to be right back and go party. Go forth. Know that this knight stands prepared. He has no misgivings whatsoever when it comes to battling his ex-triumvirate. Please consider letting this knight participate, for he has honor to restore.
Then, a glimmering within the sky draws your and his attention.
Ever persevering, aren't we?
Yes.
Well then, rejoice, because the cycle of the rites begins anew. Perhaps you'll liberate another soon enough. Your chosen adversaries here shall be the Pyre Hearts. Reduce their flame to ash, just as you did when last you met. Now, who exactly shall oppose them?
Hold on, chat. Got a mouthful of food. Looks like my sound alert's broken. Excellent. It's meant to play the sound from Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, that's right.
That's because I got rid of sound alerts. Sorry about that, Brian. I only have blurps now.
Gilman, still not abandoned your new friends? Like all your other duties and responsibilities?
Sir Deluge wrestles with his mask for a time.
This knight is most surprised that you have the courage to even show yourself. You speak of courage, Sir Deluge, but this knight has little else to say to the likes of you. That figures, Gilman. You are no knight at all. You are a teensy minnow, swimming in a sea of minnows many, many times your size, and with much more honor, too.
Then, something comes over Sir Gilman. but it just as soon fades. Sir Gilman slinks away.
Disgraceful! You Nightwings, you are stupid! You have taken that one in, and you are no good at the rights, and that and another thing. We do not fear you!
Oh, this is so much easier to do when my throat isn't murdering me.
This knight's companions have grown so much the stronger since we dumped that worthless Sir Gilman.
You sense Sir Deluge speaks the truth. The Pyre Hearts are much more capable than before.
Who shall conduct the rites? Sir Gilman. Pray. Hedwig. It is done.
All right, Sir Gilman. Let's see what your old friends can do.
Come then, Nightwings! Show this knight how you defend the honor
God.
of that miserable minnow who you harbor. On guard!
Oh shit. Fuck me. Okay.
Flame begin to flicker. Tis what the scribes ordain.
Okay, God, they're fast.
Your flames grow weak. Sir Deluge has plunged
My
into
God.
an adversary's pyre.
They're kicking my ass.
Absolution! Aha! Fear not the purifying flame.
We are winning. Are we winning?
The flames of freedom. Sir Deluge is banished. Banished. Remember everything that you hold dear. Your adversary's pyre now falls short of yours. Alas. The Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge. Brilliantly done.
Oh, damn it, the hiccups.
Now end the ceremony. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. I thought for certain they would not.
That was a close fight.
The rite is done.
Curse you, Gilman! You were a fool to abandon us, and now you only twist the dagger in our backs.
You still do not seem to understand, Sir Deluge. This knight is no longer beholden to the likes of you.
This knight is bound only to the path towards enlightenment. Your words ring false. You are unfit to lead. Shut up! You know exactly what you are, Gilman. You call this knight a craven, yet your courage is a mere facade. And everybody knows, this knight shall see to it.
Sir Gilman does not respond, though you sense the words of Sir Deluge got to him.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes.
Okay. Sir Deluge's voice, easily the most exhausting for me to do. Way more than Pamitha and Tabitha.
Until the next round.
You return to the wagon after you and your fellow exiles overcame the Pyre hearts and find Volfred waiting for you there. Well done back there, my boy. You are serving your companions well. Now, I've something that I wish to share with you, if you've a moment. We have discussed the plan of which we're all a part. I have a means of measuring our progress towards the goal of it. I'd like for you to have a look at it. First, let's determine where the rites may take us next. Look forth. I expect you shall again see several shining stars, where once you saw but one. Several shining stars, a trick of the eye or the will of the scribes? Who can say? I too once gained this newfound vision many years ago, following my first liberation rite. And I believe only we of the Nightwings have this gift. I realize that in choosing whom the Nightwings confront in each rite, we in turn influence which triumvirate we face when the time comes for someone to be set free. Object I invite you to use contains further detail. I see. So, we're to take on Landale and the accusers this time, huh? I've done some digging about him. He then tells you what he knows of your next adversary. Landale the Lie. The first adversary you confronted in the rats, not long after you took your first steps on the path to freedom. A former constable of the Commonwealth, he gained a reputation for his strict and brutal manner. By any means, he always caught the crook. Once he arrested a civilian who hated him on suspicion of theft of Commonwealth artifacts that had gone missing. Landale discovered the artifacts himself in the civilian's home. The suspect soon was exiled. Still, he denied the charges even as they cast him downriver. The case was investigated further, though too late. Suspicions turned to Lendl. It turned out that he planted the damning evidence himself. So, he was exiled in turn. On the downside, he soon became acquainted with the rites, having heard of all of this from several people in high places. He asserted himself as the de facto leader of the accusers. They bent to his aggressive nature and prevailed many times under his watch. Yet each time his chance at liberty arose, the Nightwings either defeated him or simply did not show. I guess that's why he doesn't care for us. No matter though, we'll soon give him more reason. See you in the morning, my friend. You bid Hedwyn a good evening. At dawn you shall take flight again. Sir Gilman is in a contemplative mood. He has been rather quiet, at least more than usual, ever since his confrontation with Sir Deluge. He notices you there and slides forth in a solemn manner. This night, he knows what he shall do now, when all of this is over, Master Reader. We Wyrm Knights, we are all born and raised to prove ourselves superior to all the other billions of our kind, to lead our lives, however short, with glory. From the moment we shove past our Wyrmling brethren in their egg sacks to the very end, we are conditioned to excel, to prevail at all costs. This relentless pursuit of glory, of fame, of self-worth, it leads most of this knight's kind only to an early doom. Or, in the case of Sir Deluge, it leads to a life of falsehood. A life of low deceit, abusing one's fellow Wyrm Knights, shirking one's responsibility, living in constant fear. This knight cannot abide his former commander, yet pities him. There must be more to honor than to lead a life engulfed in endless conflict. He looks at you intently. This knight shall ever seek to that honor out when all of this is ended, Master Reader. Thus he vows to you, and he is ever grateful that your guidance led him to this new awakening. But until such time, this knight is duty-bound unto the Nightwings. Thus, this, the fulfillment of our plan, and our pursuit of freedom, is to be his final quest. For what awaits him in the afterward is no mere quest. The honor that this knight has sought, it cannot be fully achieved through knighthood, can it? It requires something more. I trust you understand. He slithers off, his head held high, though not merely in pride. Something has changed in him. Hell yeah, Killen. You done good. The Pyre Hearts all follow in the path forged by the Underking Ores, whose many mighty deeds exceed the smallest stature that somehow contained him. His is the most spirited triumvirate, their courage unfaltering, their hearts full. They live always with a vigor, and perhaps they die with it as well. They are the Underking's own kind, as at home above the sea as in it, never ceasing, ever longing, as they do, for something more. The Underking chose wisely for these qualities, and teaches that a life devoid of passion is a life devoid of life itself. Good words. That burning passion is the fuel that drives the Pyre Hearts, and in turn, us all. Look at that chat. 9-0. 9-0. Killing it. Continue the journey. Being here in Flagging Hands continues to sap at most everyone's spirits. Lift off! Below, amid the desolation of Flagging Hands, you see big birch roots, from which you first embarked by sea. You wonder how its venerable proprietor is faring. I am certain that big Bertrude must have left a strong impression on you all. She is not easy to forget. I've known her since before my exile or hers. She's been here a long time. I've sent my agents to repay her for assisting you and to send her our regards. The old wagon must have been in need of some repairs. The forbidding cairn of Hau lies below. Not many exiles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear that the listless remains of Shaq's 6 shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. Others simply do not want to pass through the flagging hands. You know its true significance as we do, although your adversaries, the accusers, should be on their way there now. Soon you shall confront them once again. You touch down in the heart of Jomor Valley, where you first faced the Fate and the Dissidents. You briefly wonder where they might be now and how they fare. You only now have a little time before having to set forth by land. So much reading, so much speaking. The downside prairie first appears serene. It is not. The soil there accommodates only the region's brutish native vines and overbrush. The most likely food sources prove poisonous. Thus we journeyed further north. The climate grew there fouler to my senses, though the Cur Jomur found it amenable. This sprawling valley pocked with long evaporated lakes gives evidence to monstrosities which roamed this land. We found this region's western edge to be more pleasant on the whole. Therein we found sources of fresh water, whereas over to the east we found the edge of the land's most hideous decay. You take some of the afternoon to survey the area with headwind. You observe many curs off in the distance, driven half wild from the heat. Good thing old Rookie didn't end up like damn. The sight, there is nothing you can do for the creatures. The sight of them makes you all too eager to return to the wagon and immerse yourself in your vocation. Sure thing, friend. I appreciate the offer. Where to begin? You ask Hedwin to explain to you in his own words the histories of the 8 scribes and speak to how their varied backgrounds form the basis of not just the rights, but of the Commonwealth. I can tell you I know much more now about the scribes than before this all started. I like my whiskey neat. I haven't heard the song, so I can't do the rhythm. Real good girl has that stuck in her head. She's never listened to the whole song, just the parts played in TikToks. A messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side comes huffing towards your wagon. Here in the dusty wastes of... Look at his eyes! Look at him! He's so derpy. I love it. In the dusty wastes of Jomo Valley. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment as Ruki would have done. Imp's message turns out to be about him. You learn Ruki's past transgressions have all been forgiven since his return to the Commonwealth. He was even offered a well-appointed home and a place of business. It must have represented just the kind of lavish lifestyle that Ruki always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually, and somewhat reluctantly, however, he refused the gift. Instead, he tracked down Rolfred's agents and gave them ample information, thus emboldening their ranks. The last bit of the message sounds like it was transcribed through word for word from something Ruki said. It simply reads,
The rest of you better get back here soon, or else.
You thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon, as all your companions talking.
Hard to believe he would have turned down living in that kind of luxury. Oh, maybe he got used to it out here.
Tizo is happy to learn that Ruki joined the revolution in the Commonwealth.
Well, don't you think he must be sad to have turned down a house? I hope he isn't sad.
It seems that Greentail had himself a conscience, after all. The days aren't quite so bright without him, though. Sounds like he's doing well out there.
Ah, the noble Ruki! He sets a shining example unto us all.
The news of Ruki's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with a newfound resolve. The messenger imp accepts some scraps to eat from you and rushes off. Goodbye, derpy imp.
Hey, guys, what I was just thinking, maybe I should have a sale or something here sometime.
But then again, my prices are as low as they can go, so I don't think I can.
I just can't do it, guys.
Boom, 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 boom. You posted in the media? I'll give it a listen later on. Brian, have a good night yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Brian, by the way, I'm going to set up a modded Minecraft server at some point in the next week or so. Probably going to be running like Minecraft version 1.2, 1.1 and Fabric. It's going to be modded Minecraft because mod's fun. I wish to be remembered not for boastfulness. Thus, I refrain from detailing our exploits across the land. Do you have it, Brian? I'm guessing you don't have it. You should get it. You'd enjoy it. Save to say that they were numerous. Know that only through our combined strength of arms and wit did we withstand this savage land. Such were the monstrous dangers that it posed. I came to see that all the terrors which I heard at bedside in my youth were based entirely in fact. So great were they blotted out the sky. Such was the evil that we vanquished, that the remnants of it yet shine under the stars. And in the end, it was the stars which guided us toward our truest calling. How ironic that the shattered remnants of the Bone Titan Shaq's 6 shoulders, which once stood vigilant over the archway into flagging hands, now remain as forbidding as when the horrid monster still possessed unnatural life. After little Haub dispatched the Bone Titan in a feat of ingenuity, Shaq's pieces fell onto the valley floor, forming a set of standing stones which Haub marked. Further, traces of the Titan's glacial blood coagulated to perfect frozen drops which still shimmer in the darkness. Six Shoulders seems to start reanimating when the stars above him dance a certain way. Paint the sigil then in the shining light. Oh, look at that. Fun. What games would you recommend that are multiplayer? Minecraft is one of them, actually. It still has a huge following. Several streamers run their own Minecraft servers. I'm going to be starting one up myself for you good folks who participate in Dad's Kitchen. There's also tons of multiplayer servers out there that are not run by streamers. There's vanilla Minecraft, there's modded Minecraft, there's so much. To this day, it remains the top-selling game in the history of video games. Which is a frankly absurd title given the amount of video games that have been sold. If you like story-based games and role-playing games, there's Divinity Original Sin 2, and there's Baldur's Gate 2. They play very similarly because Larian Studios made both of them. They're both fantastic games. It really depends. What kind of games do you like, Real Good Girl? As you've probably heard me say several times, I'm not really one for competitive gaming anymore. I play games to enjoy them. Not to get yelled at because I'm not using a certain loadout or I missed a shot. Oh, hey, my friend. All right, what's it gonna be? He points in the direction of his cooking tins, strewn over in the corner of the wagon. One of life's small comforts around here is we get to eat. Not a day goes by that I'm not grateful for it, but there's only so much to choose from. Whether here in Jomar Valley or anywhere around, I guess. Anyway, I was just having trouble trying to decide what to cook. Just had fire caps again last night, and those never seem to sit that well with everyone anyway. There's no more glopgel, not that anyone but Tizo ever like that stuff. And I feel like we've been having gutter crabs every day for months. I'm not too excited about that. This is where you come in, and no consulting books or stars, or anything. Just you and me, here and now. What am I making? You decide? Because I can't. I know there's a lot of serious stuff to think about these days, but so help me, no one's struggling to regain their freedom on an empty stomach. Ask for a fillet of slug, acquired taste, acquired mostly through prolonged and desperate stay within the downside. Silt porridge, a notorious dish that Hedwyn has perfected to the upper limits of its capacity to not be terrible. This inoffensive option has the added benefit of putting some lucky gutter crabs out of their misery. It is exceedingly difficult to choose from all the delectable meal options in the downside. Slug it is. You can't possibly mean that, but I am calling your bluff, my friend. Fillet of slug, it is. Try not to worry. I'll make sure it's cooked all the way through. Now, lend me a hand here with this stuff, would you? As you assist Hedwyn with preparing the fillet of slug, you two, the two of you get to talking about the past. The reality of cooking in the downside has a way of making him nostalgic. Life on the blood border wasn't much easier than trying to get by down here. The high-wing remnants could swoop in at any time. They were so good at picking out the worst possible occasions for us. The time they showed up when I was nowhere to be found? I must have told you about that. He has spoken to you of his past as an outrider once before. Well, either way, I don't think I ever told you much about Fikani. I was riding to relay an order when she caught me out in the open. She could have had me, but we just stood there, you know? I'd never seen anyone anything like her. And her voice, she says to me, you ought to be more careful with your life. And I just say, I'm not the type to say such things, but it's all I could think of looking at her then, so I just tell her it was worth the risk. Anyway, she spared my life, of course, and when we saw riders heading towards us, I looked at her and she took hold of me and we just took off. I didn't want to leave her, and I didn't for a while. He trails off for a while. Soon after I came back, I went off in search of her again. This time, though, the risk I took, a lot of people paid for it. The harps attacked when no one was there to raise the alarm. A few days later, Edwin the deserter was sentenced to exile. And now, he's about to cook some fillet of slur. Thanks for your help, my friend. I can take it from here. See you shortly. He heads out into the afternoon. You sense he feels more at ease after having spoken with you. Alright. Here amongst the rocky pathways of the cairn of Haub, you await the signal of the stars. There is no sign yet of your expected adversaries, the accusers. Then the little imp Tizo flutters up to you. Tizo cautions you that he has some history with your next adversary, Lendl. Tizo seems to be indicating that Lendl has a personal vendetta against him. But before you can begin to explain further, stars begin to call to you.
"'Tis time again, you exiles of the Night Wings. The 8 scribes summon you to the cairn of Haub. Your adversaries in the coming rite shall be the accusers.
Real good, girl. If you like vampires, you can check out V Rising. Got vampires and base building and all sorts like that.
Now prepare yourselves.
You could try Grim Dawn if you like loot medieval fantasy magic style shooters. Not shooters, like hack and slash games. That's fun. Your companions are assembled and ready for the rites to commence. However, there is still no sign of your adversaries, the accusers. The little imp Tizo screeches something, cautioning you all to stay alert. But then someone leaps forth from the shadows. He grabs at his mask. Aha! Caught you out, you miserable beast. I knew it. After all this time, I knew that you were still among their ranks. Tizo is angry to have stumbled into an apparent trap laid for him by Lendl. Silence, fiend. You robbed me of my freedom, my dignity. Your evil shall be ended here and now, and you, Nightwings, shall not deny me thus again. Come then, my accusers, for we face again none other than the spawn of the accursed imp, Haub the Swallow. Let us show him now that he is a disgrace. Kizo whistles something angry back at him. Whatever transpired between him and Lendl in the past, Lendl evidently has not let it go.
Who shall conduct the rite? Tizo. Jodariel. Edwin. Very well.
That Lendl's lost his cool. Let's get him while he's flustered. Nightwings! The wicked fiend you serve is an affront! He denied my rightful freedom in my moment of triumph. I shall never forgive him, or any of you.
Now begin. An opportunity. Your adversary
Jesus Christ.
does not hesitate.
I'm trying to play with mouse and keyboard, and it's really messing me up. Like, trying to play with my keyboard for directions, and it's really fucking me up.
Poof goes Lendl. That fire's flames so weak.
105? Hold still, you misbegotten little pops. We are not finished with you yet. Kizo utters at Lendl a slew of the absolute worst imp profanity. Your curses could not possibly affect me any further, you foul spawn. You have taken everything from me already. But if I am to be trapped in this forsaken hole with you for the remainder of my days, then I shall see to it that yours shall be as doleful as my own.
That Lendl certainly enjoys a rousing speech, though talk means nothing in the rites. Tough luck, Nightwings. Your Pyre cannot take much more of that. A bit of a blunder. Do it done. Poof. Glorious. The orb slips from your clutches. Come on, fight. Positively brutish. In the name of Solium,
God damn. Sorry guys, I'm being quiet here. I'm like in the zone.
Edwin flung the orb into the flame.
Okay. Couple more here.
Do you believe you can prevail in this?
one more to go.
Once more like that, and we are finished here. And it is done.
Victory!
The Nightwings prevail again. A perfectly agreeable performance overall. The rite is complete.
Caesar's very pleased that you prevail, but wishes to make a quick exit at this time. Blast! Where did he go? Where did he go? That infernal imp! It is a monster in disguise, a fiend come forth to torment me until the day I die. Lendl storms off in a fit of anger. Tizo reappears once the coast is clear and expresses his gratitude again. What Lendl said before. If Tizo is truly a descendant of Ha'ub the Swallow, then he has quite the legacy to live up to.
There is much to learn from this experience.
No matter what anyone says, I refuse to think that there's some sort of limit to one's understanding of all this.
A flash of inspiration for next time. The imp Tizo appears to have a certain depth.
Tizo just had a flash of inspiration about his role in the rites and as part of the Nightwings.
Until the stars align.
Oh shit. Sorry, Bill, my chat stopped refreshing on my OBS. Give me a second. Let me just read what you put here. Actually, I need to sneeze first. Okay, that's better. My kids play it too much for me to want to play it. They would backseat games so much it wouldn't be fun. I'm guessing that's Minecraft. Well, if you play the modded version of it, then they'll be completely out of their depth because the modded versions change it very, very heavily. You then go on to say, more of a casual gamer, like I wouldn't enjoy COD or games like it. I did enjoy zombies back in the day, but that was forever ago. I don't think I'm mod on a No, you can't mod on a PS5. Oh, so you don't have a computer to game on? You know what you might enjoy if you enjoyed COD Zombies? Helldivers. It's a first or third person shooter. Squad based up to 4 players. Player versus enemy, so no sweaty bullshit. Helldivers is good fun. My chat is completely fucked on my OBS. God damn it. Hold up. I just gotta do some things here. Okay, there we go. I mean, if you did play Minecraft again, you could join the Minecraft server I'm going to set up for Dad's Kitchen. Play with all of us. Your next adversaries are to be the Chastity, headed by H. Manly Tinderstell. It's not on Steam. You got to buy it through the Microsoft store because Microsoft now owns Mojang. They would prevail in the rats, not for their freedom, but for fame and fortune in your commonwealth. You and the lone minstrel then go over what he knows of your next adversary. H. Manly Tinderstow, the offspring of a semi-famous sap industrialist. He was born into wealth and lived in the lap of luxury, never having to fend for himself. When he came of age, he soon was offered cushy ambassador positions that required little more than a silver tongue to convince the Commonwealth that he was keeping busy. Real good girl is going to make a sandwich. Make one for Dad. He's hungry. He soon grew so proficient at doing nothing much at all that he started spending all his family's riches to assert his fame and status. One day he attempted to pay off the wrong individual, a particularly stern Commonwealth diplomat who promptly turned him in and had him sent downriver. Manly was very disappointed by all of this, but soon saw in it an opportunity, for he knew well that in the inner circles there were those who had gone into exile and returned. Thanks to his connections, he tracked down the Chastity deep in Wakingwood. He finagled his way into the triumvirate using his well-worn skills. He, in turn, convinced himself that he would earn a position of great influence once secured a way back to his home. He continues making hollow promises. A shame that this Manly and the Chastity are nothing like the scribe Luscorion, and do not share his value. Now it is time we rested, reader, given all today's travails. You bid the lone minstrel a good night and take your leave. It is too late now to prepare for flight, so you arrange to depart first thing in the morning. Izo has seemed somewhat less cheerful since his run-in with Lendl and the accusers. He approaches you, wanting for you to hear him out. Tizo seems unhappy about something Lendl said to him. He understands full well why Lendl is angry with him. While Tizo does not like Lendl as a person, he recognizes nonetheless that he denied his freedom. It was a liberation rite. He did what he felt was necessary. He wanted to help his friend go free. Nonetheless, he still feels a certain guilt and regrets that the right forced exiles into such situations. He falls silent for a while. Whether the 8 scribes ever intended for imps such as he to participate in the rites firsthand is difficult to know for certain. Then, Tizo is grateful for you for listening. He knows the scribes created the rites with good intention. He promises to keep doing his best to live up to the legacy of the scribes. He bounds up into the rafters with some of the other drive imps. Regardless of whether he truly is a descendant of Hove the Swallow, surely the scribes would have been proud of him. The accusers formed under Golthanian. He's a big man. He values justice, loyalty, steadfastness. Golthanian, he says that the accusers take their name from one of his most accomplished legions from his former military days. All among them, in fact, served the Master General at one time. They represent the stoutest-hearted people of the Empire who held true to Myr and Golthanian to the end. The golden colors of their raiments are reminiscent of their old shining armor, is his claim. Ever shall they seek out those with the truest spirits and strongest sense of purpose to replenish their ranks. The hull of Ore. It has drifted upon the sea for longer than one might expect. Perhaps you have already read of the doomed ship's demise in the embrace of unfathomed plurns. Some say it was the sea itself which preserved the ship's remains, hidden properties within the water, sea creatures binding together ruined planks of wood. Those such as yourselves and the chastity know another truth, I gather. The stars would not align over the wreckage if it did not have greater significance than first appeared. May you have good fortune there during the coming ride. Okay, vocations, blessing, and a rare fish. Vocation. Welcome back, real good. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, by the way. I think you're like my only viewer tonight. It's an oddly quiet one. You said you enjoy small streams. This is about as small and as intimate as they get. I enjoy hanging out with you as well. You're good people. You touch down at the Sea of Solace. where you first encountered Sir Gilman and the Pyre Hearts. You soon shall carry on by sea, though for now you have some time to spare. I guess challenge time. Alright, we're going to try this challenge again with for headwind. What kind of sandwich did you make? Turkey, yummy. Fuck's sake. No! God damn it. It's so fast. God damn it! And now he's gonna score. Yep. I didn't feel like cooking tonight either, which is why there's no cooking stream tonight.
Fucking God.
Alright, one more shot at this one. Shit. It's when I'm in air that I get completely fucked over. Alright, 2 more of that. One more of that. Okay. Finally getting to the swing of using headwind. Shit, shit, shit!
On.
Are you winning, son? Not really yet. No, 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 no. Fuck. I was almost winning. Oh yeah, real good, girl. Did you see that? I made my first ever blur.
come on.
Yeah, it's publicly available. In any Twitch channel that's using Blurp, you can use it. And it's Tyler Durden. It's Brad Pitt playing Tyler Durden in Fight Club, in the scene in the cinema where he goes, "A nice big cock." Good to be back after all that. Say, what's that you have there? Nice. Beyond a shallow, sickly gulf, our voyage grew increasingly forbidding and much harder to explain. How could a sea exist here at the bottom of the world? We could not deduce whence sprang the carcass of ancient sailing ships we found throughout the Sea of Solis, though the warnings that they signified were duly noted. It was here we first met Ores, called the Underking, who brazenly assaulted our small skiff, for we had trespassed in his waters. But then the Underking relented, for he witnessed Soliam Mur in all his doom and glory. Soon he would side with us. Then with the Underking we sailed forth into a tempest beyond reasoning or measure.
Ah, my good compatriots, the master reader himself and teaser. Shall we be off then?
The search turns up nothing much of note, though wandering with Sir Gilman and Tizo provides reprieve from a long day on the road. Together, you return from the wagon in somewhat better spirits. You have time remaining with which you may pursue your vocation. Ray seems to be talking to the black wagon's walls again, though this time something seems to have come over her.
Little brother, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me?
You are unsure whether to check in on her or leave her be. Though Ray is clearly capable of surviving on her own, you do worry for her, and in this case make an attempt to reach out to her.
Oh, hi, mister. I don't think I saw you there just now, and so, my little brother here and I, we were just talking for a little while. Well, I was the one doing the talking, while my little brother, he's just a wagon wall, so he cannot respond. He can't respond, but he can listen, and he listens really well. Now, I'd like to get back to my conversation with him, if you don't mind, and you're welcome to stay, though, if you like.
It seems that Ray's doing all right after all. You decide to take Ray up on her invitation and keep listening to her conversation with the wagon wall, her little brother, as she calls it.
Oh, man, anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I remember. It's that they always said that there was something wrong with me, but they wouldn't really tell me that. They just said I was moon-touched. But so what? So then the scribes, they called me here. They were the ones who brought me here, not those people. They were so cruel. They were always so cruel. I didn't have a little brother at the time, no one that I recall really, although so much of it back then, I can't tell how much of it I dreamt. Most of it I didn't want it to be true. But I remember that they threw me out. They decided they would throw me out. And if the scribes take care of me, they said. The scribes, they would take care of me. It was so very quiet here, and I was all alone again. Although, I think I liked it more. Being alone down here and being alone back there. Everybody's alone down here, and so it makes me feel less alone, somehow. Back there, why, I would sometimes see families, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, but here, there's hardly anyone at all. But I knew I was closer to the scribes. I knew they were in the sky above, and I did search for them up there, you know. And then one night I found them. I saw the stars, and they were falling to the ground, and I thought, as if the scribes themselves are crying. Are they sad? And maybe, are they sad for me? Well, that was when I first saw you, little brother. With your help, I would get closer to the scribes. That way, maybe they could answer all my questions, don't you think? But I'm so very glad I found you and the others. I'm finally not alone. I'm finally not alone. And more importantly, I think, sometimes I even feel that way, that I'm not alone. My God, it's like watching fucking Donald Trump give a speech. So rambling. Maybe as we get closer, maybe I will get to feel that way more often, being here or being anywhere with you and my friends.
She falls silent. Though you were concerned for her at first, you sense that now she is at peace. I know, real good girl. Most politicians I've seen, and I've lived in 2 countries now, can actually string together a sentence without it being an incoherent salad of words and half statements. She wanders off, faintly smiling. You sense you have a better understanding of her now. Do I? Yeah, I don't feel like I have a better understanding of Ray. Okay. Let's mentor Tizo. Tizo would be pleased to go over the finer points of the rites with you. You know, I'm glad I have my stream put up on my cell phone, because literally my OBS chat plugin is doing absolutely nothing right now. Like, none of your chats have registered even since I refreshed it. Well, real good girl. I spent most of my life in England. So I've seen plenty of speeches delivered by them, by politicians over there in England. And I've now lived in Canada for 10 years, and I've seen plenty of political speeches here. Most politicians I've seen are able to string together full sentences without losing track halfway and going on disjointed ramblings. Honestly, if you literally just compare any speech by Donald Trump or any speech by any other politician, just look at the transcripts, and one of them is just... Donald Trump's ones are literally like word vomit, whereas the others are generally structured and thought out. And this isn't me bashing Republicans or anyone. This is me saying Donald Trump is fucked in the head and can't string a sentence together anymore. You and Tizo review what observations you have made thus far about the various triumvirates you have confronted on your journey. He has keen insights about some of them. Tizo believes that the Nightwings have no advantage on your adversaries, seeing as you have an imp among you.
Okay. Onwards. En route to the hulk of Ores, the wagon comes to a sudden halt. That does it. I am leaving. The cause of Jadariel's outburst soon becomes apparent. Well, reader, darling, at least some of us know how to take a joke, wouldn't you say? Look, she was reminiscing once again about her soldier days, and I just happened to point out, I may have suggested the fiery destruction of the Spiral Sanctum happened on our former unit's watch. I mean, didn't it? Not that she would have made much of a difference had she been there herself. She ought to thank the saint that she was spared by her exile here. I thought she held no love for your Commonwealth. I shall never understand what it is your people ever saw in that dreadful place, but I guess I hit a sore spot. I should probably apologize. She swoops off. There is no sign of either one of them. You organize a small search. It proves fruitless, but then Judariel returns alone as if nothing happened. She's back to her calm self. Let us continue. I regret the interruption. Pamitha soon comes back as well. Oh, don't you worry, darling. I have definitely patched things up between us. Honest. At least, I think perhaps I didn't make things worse. She returns to her business in the wagon. You make ready to resume your travels, but make a note to follow up with them. Oh, hey guys, look. I got something here which I think maybe you would like. He shows you several bottles of multicolored liquids of some sort. Sun serum, star serum, ooh, and moon serum. Yeah, they taste pretty good, I guess. And besides, they can give you just the little lift you need, know what I mean? You get thirsty for them, don't even worry. I can get more soon. That's how you get a repeat customer there, Dad. You give him a deal. You find Pamitha in the midst of a heated conversation. All I'm saying is we're limiting not only our own chances individually, but all your friends' chances as well. Jodariel seems to be considering whatever it is that Pamitha proposed. Reader, the harp here is suggesting that perhaps it would be best if I were to form an alliance with the ones whom I fought for the better part of my life. Just with me, Jodariel. I cannot vouch for anyone else. How utterly absurd. If we were in the Commonwealth, I would not have stayed my hand against her. That I can say for certain. However, as Hedwin would say, what happened back there, perhaps none of that matters anymore. What matters more is what we do from here. That is to say, I'm willing to give it a shot. You mean, you'd be willing to conduct the rites with me? Yes. Excellent! I knew that you'd come around. Thought she'd never come around, but I have to give her the benefit of the doubt here. I'm grateful for your open-mindedness. No need to let old enmities between our ancestors ruin things between us. Or the others in our little party, for that matter. After all, do not push it with me, Harp. We shall see if the reader here is thus inclined to pair us in the coming rites. I'm willing to defer to him. Anyway, you see, I think I managed to make amends there.
Doubtless we'll get on swimmingly in no time.
Ugh.
We rid the land of an impending doom, but faced another of its kind, for we knew that we were trapped. Yet, for each danger we faced, for every failed ambush by the Arch, we met with gentle souls and kindred spirits in the downside who deserved more than to fade from memory within this land. It was then the stars themselves showed us the way, delineating a great voyage across the sea. Near broken we became, but then at last, a moonlit vision, that of the rights, the rights. Thus shall they say of us, the 8 scribes gave their freedom, so that we may yet have ours. The Dazraban was the first of many river ships to vanish in the downsides. Although presumptions of its loss were not inaccurate, the doomed ship and her valiant crew had charted half the seas of Solace ere the end of their brave voyage. The sea titan Unfathomed Plurns was not fond of vessels sullying her sea, and split the doomed ship with a single swipe. The ship's own shattered prow would later end the sea titan's cruel reign, as the postful Underking loves to recount. The stars themselves must have been moved by this. That point within the sea, now sacred, as the stars dancing in homage every now and again. 69. Giggity, 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 goo. Everything is prepared, and the night is just beginning to take hold above the murky waters of the hulk of Ores when Volfred gets ready. Reader, I suppose you might remember our first meeting with that manly Tinderstouth. He would be mortified, of course, if you forgot. I would say that he is an embarrassment to my kind, but unfortunately, I've known many others like him. We are a discontented people, I suppose. Anyway, when we last saw him, you might recall that I avoided him. We are not good acquaintances or anything, but he knows enough people in high places that he could be harmful to our plan, should he know of my involvement, and so... Volfred dons his ritual mask. I shall have to be discreet here. As I am with the Nightwings once again, I can no longer hide from him outright. Perhaps, though, he shall take me for a common sap. Anyhow, it seems to me we have a right to conduct. Something else catches your notice in the sky this time. Strange new stars, shimmering about the ones you recognize. The Greater Titans have returned. Greater Titans. Colossal monsters that once roamed the downside. Oh, that can't be good. Some of them, and merely in spirit, not in form. But those dark stars are a portentous sign. Though they may light your way, beware the path that which they illuminate, reader. Bigger challenge, bigger reward.
The Titan stars. Endrigard, the widow.
Let's do this. Challenge mode, activate. Hope I don't regret this.
The Titan stars. Burning remnants of monstrosities felled by the scribes themselves. Dare you to stand against them in their fury? Dark is the knowledge that you seek there, reader. Best focus on your adversaries, keen as they are to confront you once again. Put out their fire first, and show them the glory of the Night Wings. Now then, make ready for the right.
My, what have we here? Why, the Nightwings come to grace us with their presence once again. Are you perhaps intent on humiliating us even more after last time? You sense Volfred reaching out to you. Reader, let us indulge him for the time. Perhaps he shall reveal something we can use to provide a disincentive for his meddling. Just let him keep on talking. I shall attempt to remain hidden. And my, the colors of those raiments, I mean, they are rather gaudy in this light, I have to say. Though I mean no offense of this, of course. So, do you suppose the rite is going to commence soon? As much as I enjoy our chats like this, I do have to get going soon. If you must know why, I'm expecting an important message from the other side, no less, come dawn. I hear something is brewing out there, some sort of unrest. So yes, it's a very important message, sent all this way by one of those imp couriers. I must say, those little things, their services are certainly not cheap. Though I'm sure I could get you a good deal on their services, if you wish perhaps to contact a loved one back home. All I ask, of course, is that you stand aside and let the chastity prevail as well ought. For I have a date with Destiny not long from now, upon the fall of Solium. He continues talking for some time until at last the rite is set to start. Oh, my. Look at this wonderful assembly of exiles come from all different corners. Such a colorful retinue you Nightwings have. You know, I heard the most preposterous rumor about you, that you are harboring an especially notorious criminal, one who has designs upon the Commonwealth itself. He looks right at Volfred. But I could not imagine such outlandish tales could possibly be true. Anyhow, I would so like to meet everyone here. Hello, good Nightwings. I am H. Manly Tinderstaff, and it is truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Manly has intruded on your privacy as you set to choosing your triumvirate. He could not be less welcome. He seems to be searching for someone in your rank. You suggest to Manly that he perhaps ought to check on his own triumvirate in the key moments prior to the rite. Why, yes, of course. I was just taking the opportunity to bid all of you salutations, for I so enjoy getting to meet my fellow exiles face to face like this. Yes, there may be rules against this type of thing, but who's counting, am I right? I'm sure the scribes wouldn't mind if they were here. Anyway, now that you mention it, I ought to go check in on my wonderful colleagues. See you shortly, and good luck! Manly leaves at last, leaving you to focus on the rites again.
The rite shall begin forthwith. Joe Dariel. Ray.
Shiru-sama?
Sir Gilman. The choice is cast.
This knight has much appreciation for foes with silver tongues. They are among his favorite kind to vanquish. Are you quite ready yet, oh Nightwings? I doubt you are. Because my colleagues of the Chastity and I, we have a trick or two we think shall take you by surprise. Just watch.
rose to the occasion. The night wings are first.
Get dunked on.
Zeli's flame. How fine! Spectacularly done.
More dunked on.
Oh, how very charming. Very, very charming, this display. But quit it now and let old Manly put an end to all of this before you make a terrible mistake.
No.
The orb is up. With grace. Twas a crushing blow against their fire.
One more hit.
Once more like that, and we are finished here.
Whee! And win.
Done.
Crush.
The Nightwings prevail again. And what
Fucking get dunked on.
it was. The right is ended.
My word, how could this happen to me? You deceitful, ignorant, utterly uncouth pack of fools! Have you any idea what you've done? Volfred watches the outburst in silence. Keep spouting off like that, Manly, and you shall reveal all we need to know. You harbor such a fear within your heart there, don't you? Coming from the aristocracy and now in exile. How they must speak of you. What would they think of you if you don't get out? Or even if you do? Volfred remains deep in thought, studying his adversary. There. I see now. Then Volfred recedes into shadows. What? My head? Who? Oh, I believe there must be some mistake. I have to go. Ta-ta! Fine evening to you now. It's been a pleasure. Genuinely so. Manly stumbles away in a stupor. And there he goes. I've listed certain burdens from him for the time, a bit of mercy for his sake, and for my people's sake. As well, it should ensure he has no lasting memory of our encounter here, or running into me. Now, let's be off before he catches up with us again.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust. Honor is elusive, O Sir Gilman.
So grateful is this knight for such a glorious occasion that he is giving strong consideration to performing here and now the forbidden dance of the Sea Dominion.
Until the stars align.
By the way, folks, anyone lurking in here, if you know any streamers who are looking to raid out, do feel free to send them my way. This category, this game, typically has no viewers. So we are not going to get any sort of organic growth through streaming this. Back at the wagon, after besting Chastity rather decisively, you're about to join the others discussing the outcome when Volfred finds you. Good work back there, my boy. Though I'm afraid I must pull you away from any revelry, for there is something you should see. Please join me outside. Look forth. The golden star reveals itself to us once more. Indeed, somewhere deep in the infinite dark, a single star shines brighter than the rest. The path to freedom reveals itself again. rites are calling you again to the fall of Solium, where one among you may go free, should you prevail. It is as we discussed. The cycle of rites is beginning to turn more quickly. Perhaps the scribes themselves have taken notice. Fortunately, having more frequent opportunities to free ourselves is not unwelcome to our plan. I suppose it's good for everyone, including the Essence, who will oppose us next. Getting to Mount Elodiel ought to be a little easier than before, at least. We should be able to make landing this near to some of the old monuments to the scribes. Let's set forth at dawn. Soon everyone is off to rest as best they are able, knowing that another chance at liberty for one of them shall soon present itself. Ray seems to be in a happy mood, although she always seems to be around Judariel, who is listening to her with patience.
So I would just look within the saddle caps each daybreak for the morning dew to drink, and once in a while I would find maybe a strange drink from dew. So I get very thirsty sometimes too. I tried drinking tree sap once. It wasn't very good. Really, it was very bad, I guess.
She seems to be discussing how exactly she managed to survive in the downside all alone for so long. Judariel watches her intently all the while.
Food? Well, food was harder to find usually because, this is a bit embarrassing, but I never tried to harm a living thing, you know, because it makes me very sad. But sometimes it is the way of things, I understand, I do. And so I would eat as often as needed to, and try a lot of different things to see if they were good. Most of them weren't, though. But I got by. I learned to get by. I already knew how a little bit because back home where I came from, there I had to get by there too. Here, well, it was harder, but it wasn't that much harder really, in a way.
Judariel remains silent for some time as Ray trails off. Then, she embraces Ray and holds her there, gently. Ray lets out a breath, but says nothing either for a while. Ray, may I ask a question of you?
Me? Well, of course. What question is it?
How old are you? Do you know?
Oh, I'm 19 years old. That's how old I am, I think.
Truly. Then you have seen a lot in not a lot of time. Know that what you have achieved, it is a feat. I have known seasoned soldiers who could not have lived through the experiences that you have described.
Oh, really? Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You have seldom seen Ray look so joyful in this moment. As for Jodariel, you could count on one hand the number of times you have seen a smile play across her lips. You leave them to their conversation. No, Jodariel's a big softy at heart. The stars shine strange beneath the sea. This one dared rise from the waters so that he could see them plain, the burning essences of those who came before. Our lives are but a quest to join the stars. This one longed to be the brightest, but in the downside this one met those whose own stars shall doubtless burn at least as hot. Together, we achieved great deeds. You may have seen some evidence of it, the remains of the greater titans, which once darkened this dark land. But in our kinship was the strength to conquer them. It is this one's humble charge to chronicle those deeds, and may the titan stars never stain the sky during your time. Those bearing the name the Chastity all count themselves the disciples of Lusclorian, the 100 Mimes, known firstly for his wisdom, but also cherished for his modesty, integrity, and kinship. Sklorian's priority in forming his triumvirate was to instill in all his subjects a deep-seated deference and respect for the rules governing the liberation cycle. The cycle of rights needs be respected to be understood, and needs be understood to be respected, Sklorian said. Thus, the chastity are emissaries of the cycle. Should they earn back their liberty, then they shall spread the enlightenment itself, and all of us shall grow. The boundless sea of Solis and a blackened star are all of what remains of the blood titan Endriga. After this one's exile, he was joined by many of his bravest Wyrm knights, who awakened the blood titan inadvertently while searching the downside's murky depth. Endriga was most displeased to see her hibernation end, and vowed to 4 ages of torment on us and on our sea dominion. Our assault was grander than can be described and lasted days and days and days. The noblest of Wyrm knights fell upon her massive form as waves which dashed themselves against the rocks. Our resolve eventually exceeded hers, and she collapsed into the seas and disappeared. This one alone remained to tell of it. Do you feel a kinship with the stars? You owe your everything to them, perhaps one day even your freedom. I chased the stars across the river. Wait, I've read this one. Any points of interest up here? Yes. The inverted fall of Soliam roars into the sky. Somewhere beyond it lies the Commonwealth, beyond your vision and beyond your grasp. Alas, that we can't simply fly back up to our homeland. This wagon has its limitations, I'm afraid. But we shall return. Let us continue now along the path. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodiel, upon whose summit the next liberation rite shall soon take place. You wonder who among you may regain his or her freedom. Volfred finds you after the post-flight inspection. We shall have to take the rest of the trip to the Hall of Solium by land. May we soon liberate another one of our own there. That should raise the chances that our plan shall ultimately succeed. Alright, let's knock out some scribe trials.
Master Reader, is this knight perchance in trouble for something?
The apparition Sandra appeared and unfastens her mask. Listen well, Worm. You answer to me here.
As you will, your highness.
Your Highness, I like the sound of that, though flattery shall get you nowhere here. Demonstrate your competence to me then, Worm. You shall have to do it mostly on your own, though under the guidance of your lovely reader. I trust you are prepared.
Of course, your highness. This knight accepts the challenge.
Oh, you bastard. Yeah.
Nope. Crap.
Okay, I'm figuring out this guy's mechanics now.
Two more.
Shit.
No, leave me alone.
And I lose.
One more. Come on. No. Fuck. Come on. No. You bastard. I fucked that one up real good. If I get beaten with 5 points on theirs, I shall be most displeased. Nope, I win. Huzzah! This night prevails! I have no choice but to concur with that assessment, Weirham. Your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and your lovely reader. Now, farewell. Master Reader, this knight is humbled after having passed that sorcerer's test. What? By the scales of Under King Oris! What is that you have? Ooh, 30% jump boost. Later that day, you accompany Sir Gilman to the cliffs of Emperor's Fall, where a monument to Gol Golthanian awaits you. Perhaps, due to the nature of this place, you begin to sense Sir Gilman's inner thoughts, as clear as if he were speaking aloud. Have this night's glory days gone by? He often wonders. Perhaps you know the answer to that. Please do not spoil it for him. Soon, you and he are finished paying your respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Gol Golthanian has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your ascent. For now, the solitude here is fit for pursuing your vocation. This knight shall be your eager protege. You and Sir Gilman go over what you know of the celestial landmarks you have been to, and how well their properties impact the night wings and the rites. You can tell he knows many of them well by now. Ah, the gloried vistas of the downside, though they be a laughing stock next to the splendors of the Commonwealth, of course. Sir Gilman is fuming in anger or something, so much so that you are hesitant to approach him. But you approach him anyway. Exile is too light a sentence for this night! He notices you then and seizes up. He begins acting rather nonchalant, as though his outburst did not just transpire. Oh, greetings to you, noble Master Reader. What brings you to this night this afternoon? Sir Gilman is attempting to make small talk.
You maintain a gentle tone with him and ask whether there's something he might wish to discuss. Sir Gilman could perhaps benefit from talking through his woes. He stands there for a time, silent and dejected, but then... Master Reader, this knight cannot escape the horrors of his past. It seems that you would hear them. Then you have this knight's apologies ahead of time for burdening you further with his troubles. Having said that, here, then, are the troubles that you requested. You are, of course, familiar with the siege of the Spiral Sanctum. For this night, the memory of it is like a wound that will not close. This knight stood there on the front lines whilst the High-Wing remnant descended upon us. So furious was their assault that our chain of command was ruptured instantly. We of the Sea Dominion, we require orders to perform our duty. Without such orders, why, we surely made a very easy target there, that eve. One by one, then two by two, they picked us off, becoming bolder, some of them shrieking with laughter all the while. This night he saw his comrades cast aside like sea flies. How this knight survived, he does not know for certain even now. Perhaps it was that he attempted to pursue and to detain his own knight commander, whom you met when you first met this knight. That cursed Sir Deluge. If not for his craven cowardice, the Spiral Sanctum, it might have held, at least for a while longer. But instead we were routed, rendered spineless in both form and deed. Sir Deluge was first to turn and flee as our chain of command crumbled. And for this night, he failed to catch his knight commander. He must have looked a coward too. Thus came the time for penance, and this night, why, he insisted on the only course of action reasonable. He insisted on the sentence to the downside. And as you can plainly see, his wish was then fulfilled. How absurd that he should re-encounter his old knight commander here, soon after. Thus did the knight become obliged once more to Sir Deluge. We took to the waters in the Sea of Solace, where soon we met the Pyre Hearts, a triumvirate exclusive to our kind. It was plain to see that they lacked the wherewithal, and Sir Deluge, they thought, he could provide it to the leadership they sought, and his was too much of a coward to decline. As for this knight being of the Sea Dominion, he had a little chance but to comply, or so at first he thought. When this night he encountered you and the Nightwings, something awakened in him. With so little honor left to lose and so much left to gain, it became eminently clear that this knight stood a better chance within your ranks than those of Sir Deluge. And there is little left to say. This knight cannot escape his past, and yet he chooses to believe that he was spared that day, not merely by coincidence. Perhaps Under King Oris yet has plans in store, in which this knight may play a part. This night he clings, however vainly, to that hope. He slithers away, his head bowed low. It seems best to leave him be for now. You sense he feels relieved at having shared all this. Okay, I am gonna hit a be right back for maybe like 10 minutes or so. Just give my voice a little break, get some drinks. Stick around, I will come back and we will continue this. And we are back. It's me, the dad of many voices. Let's continue. Thank you, Roberto. How's your night treating you? Feeling good? You feeling re-energized? That 10-minute break was really good for my voice, actually. I don't know if you can hear it in the back of my voice. I'm getting a bit of vocal fry going on now from having a fucking voice deluge. Oh my goodness. The Maker's Mantle coming in with 4 viewers. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you so much for the raid.
I believe we looted the
How was your night, Maker's Mantle? How did your art go? Will you kindly share said art in my Discord so I can take a peeky peek?
was chock full of if bank.
Raiders, welcome in. My name is Mealtime with Dad. I am a dad, it's not just in the name. And I can be your favorite internet dad as well, if you'd like to stick around. Please introduce yourselves to me if you'd like. This is a fully welcoming and open space to any and all. The Maker Mage sends their regards. I'm glad you did not misspell that word. Sergeant Unrated, welcome in. Thanks for saying hi, I appreciate you. Hello, Maker's Mantle. We're playing this game again. The game where I have to voice a million characters, all with a different voice. Brian Fury 1022 earlier described this as, it's like watching a one-man play, which I thought was very apt. Which one? The word regards. Folks, for those of you coming in, if you need to raid and run, I get it. Makers, if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. But if you aren't, and you are sticking around, please remember to hit the refresh button so you count as a viewer. Yeah, there is one letter that you can change the G into that can make your message far more offensive. And seeing as how often the word regards is used in a professional context, it can spell disaster very, very quickly. If anyone in here has not met me before, they want to find out about me, just let me know, and I will go on a little spiel about who I am and what I do here. Makers, thank you again for trusting me with your community and your viewers tonight. I appreciate you. How is your Friday going? Do you have any plans for the weekend? While you do that, I will continue this game and continue the one-man play of voicing. You wish for good fortune in the coming right and in your plan. As for Ray,
blessed am I to have this audience with you, O Wonder King Ores. Your resplendent glory has made this moment possible. Give me so many friends who are so dear to me. Thank you. Whatever happens, thank you.
she says little after paying her respects. However, as you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Under King Ores has shown you favor. Because Mala says, I've got D&D Sunday, but not much else. Honestly, that sounds like a great weekend. Let me save this art to show you.
Sweet.
You and your companions gather once more at the Scribe's Gate, where a single narrow trail leads upward toward the summit, past an archway carved of stone. Come this way, please. The minstrel leads you towards the archway, where his counterpart awaits. The exiles of the Nightwings have returned. They have. Greetings, Celeste. She all but ignores him and motions to the rest of you.
Now then, each of you in turn, please state your name and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scrab's gate. Please, just do as she says.
Everyone steps forth, one after another, much like before. Ray passes through the gate. Pamitha passes through the gate. Dad clears his throat. Tizo passes through the gate. Jodariel passes through the gate. Sir Gilman passes through the gate. Hedwin passes through the gate. Volfred passes through the gate. No one is left to go but you. You step forth and declare yourself as you did before. The guardian of Scribe's Gate regards you with a still expression. Then she addresses all of you in her formal manner. The 8 Scrabs bid the Nightwings well. Go forth with glory. The lone minstrel glances up at the gate guardian. You have our gratitude, Saleus. But she pays him no heed. Again you gain the top of Mount Elodiel, from which the downside sprawls before you. You wonder whether one among you shall soon follow Ruki from this place.
Hey, good guys, you know it gets real awful cold up here. Sometimes waiting for customers. So come on in, okay? Good luck in that big battle thing you got. That's where you're going, isn't it? I heard it's gonna be exciting from my friends.
More stardust. More power. More. File is too large for Discord, so made a drive link. That boy. That'll do. Look at this guy. Look at his dopey little face. I love Supergiant games. I love their art styles. So it's kind of fitting, actually, that you dropped in from an art stream into me playing a game made by a company that's so heavy on the visual stylings to make their games stand out.
Pleasure doing business with you guys. So,
anyone in here want to talk to me? Nope. There do be pages to read, though. From the top of Mount Elodiel, the downside may be seen in its entirety, or at least felt, since so much of the land is shrouded. But that is hardly all. Through a wondrous miracle, there lies upon this highest mountain an inverted fall, whose waters crash not towards the sea, but rush towards the heavens. We speculate these are the very waters which delivered us, but now bend backward, seeking their return, as do we all. In this phenomenon can freedom be achieved, but only for the chosen when the time is right. This is a path to freedom we cannot traverse, but shall leave open for you, that you may strive for it. Megaman says, that's part of why I like dating scenes. The art is very pretty and the characters are very diverse. I mean, Makers, you know what gets me going in vis-a-vis video games is, you know, a compelling storyline and immersive art. Basically, if the world building's good, I'm fucking there for it. Even if I have to voice 30 fucking characters. Real good guy says, I like a good story in a game. But yeah, I'll say again for anyone that came in on the raid and didn't hear me first time, feel free to introduce yourselves. I'd love to get to meet you. I am as you can see, a very small streamer. I've only been streaming now for how many months? 2-3 months now. This will be my 4th month streaming actually. So yeah, love to get to know anyone and everyone that wants to stick around. Final Fantasy 14. Oh, yeah, 14 online has a good story. My problem with MMOs is that as they grow, their stories become less and less cohesive, and there's always like a million and one like story threads that are never rounded off or investigated into, but they start and then they're just forgotten. Or the side stories and world building is done, you know, with less attention than microtransactions and game and mechanics. And of course, world mechanics are really important. If you let your world building slide, then to me, as a storyteller and a writer, it has a more profound impact on my enjoyment of a game. Which is why I really like Baldur's Gate and the Elder Scrolls games, because you have full little self-contained stories in them. Maker says, I seem to draw in the Lurkin types. That's alright. I read this one already. Read that one. Read that one. Nothing new in there. Commence the liberation rite. The time has... Wait, that's not... The time has come for your second liberation rite to commence. You observe the lone minstrel and Volfred speaking in hushed tones, but cannot see the topic or the tone. Then, Volfred looks up at you. I trust that you are feeling as prepared as possible, my boy. Each rite is consequential to our journey in its own respect, though these liberation rites have a more immediate effect. It's somewhat crass, however. I've gone and estimated by how much each of our companions may contribute to the outcome of our plan, should they be liberated here. Factors such as their previous occupation, innate tendency to lead, and oratory skill contributed to my assessment. It's nothing personal, for we are all in this together. Besides, we all ought to return in time, if possible. Know simply that for each one of us who goes, in so doing he or she shall raise our total chances of success. Reader, sir, this night you shall confront the Essence. They have already appointed Tamitha to be liberated, should they manage to prevail. We all have faith in you, my boy, and lo, even the stars agree on this account. Round 2 of the final battle. Stinky Shark, welcome in. How you doing?
The Nightwings have returned unto the fall of Solium, at which the scribes first formed their sacred union. At stake this night is freedom and prosperity. But only for one exile who prevails in this liberation.
I'm doing good, Stinky Shark.
Your many adversaries
Enjoying myself a lot more in this game now that my throat isn't trying to, actively end my life.
which urge it. who shall be absolved is up to all of you.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed of the essence, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respect you have unto your adversary, the Nightwing. Tamitha swoops down from somewhere and unfastens her mask. I am known as Tamitha Thane. I mean to return to my ancestral home and promptly resume my responsibilities as flight tactician of the High Wing remnants. Our long stalemate against the Commonwealth shall soon be ended, and should I and several of my sisters manage to rejoin our clan, then our vengeance shall be swift and thorough. Your quarrel with the country that cast you into exile is beneath the notice of the scribes, Tamitha Thane. Here you shall be judged under the stars. My quarrel with the Commonwealth is all that gave me and my sisters strength enough to reach this point. The scribes are to take well heed of how my people suffer. We are not weaklings anymore like your Trieste or Tithys. We shall not fall in line with flightless fools and their naked attempts to subsume our heritage, our culture. Speak not again thus of the saint, or you shall be expelled, Tamitha Thane. Tamitha scoffs, and then turns her attention to your side. Welcome back from ads, everybody. And the Nightwings, as for you, the fury we shall eminently show is nothing in comparison to the hatred growing for your Commonwealth in the mountains on the other side. She signals to her sisters to ready themselves. You seek your freedom, but there shall be nothing safe for devastation should you manage to return. Now then, have the Nightwings reached a decision on whose behalf they shall conduct the liberation riot? Reader, I am bound to tell you once more. The first companion whom you should, Jesus Christ, whom you should choose. Fucking God, I can't speak English anymore. How to read? The first companion whom you choose shall go free this very night, if you prevail. Only the enlightened may thus be anointed. Not all among you may yet be ready. The other two chosen for the triumvirate shall lend their aid. Nightwings, make your decision. Part of my brain has to concentrate on speak Southern. And then the other part of my brain has to concentrate on read words. And now I've got to talk British to people. What kind of British are we talking here? Like this? Or like this? Or like this? There are many British voices to be spoken now. Unworthy, unworthy. Ooh, I can anoint Ray. No, let us send Jodariel.
Jodariel,
Jodariel! If that is your wish.
who shall strive for her? Sir Gimlin.
By this knight's honor, he shall fight with all his might.
Ray,
Oh, I can help. I think I can help.
very well.
One final obstacle overcome ere I can soar again above your commonwealth. Such destruction I shall rain upon it soon. But first, let us dance this final time.
Alright.
Commence.
What the fuck? Oh my god. No, they're gonna score. Get away from me. Real good girl is a real good girl. Yeet. No.
Touchdown! Mealtime with Dad!
As the liberation rite continues, you sense Pamitha reaching out to you. Or perhaps just reaching out to anyone at all.
Reader, please. Someone, please. Let her prevail. Let her prevail. Please let her prevail. Here. This once. If this thought makes me a traitor, so be it. But please, let Tamitha prevail. For she is here, wrapped up in all of this, because of me.
The plea trails off, and Pamitha remains steadfast, all her attention focused on the liberation rite. And as for Tamitha,
Prepare yourselves, Nightwings, and as for you, Pamitha, I await the outcome of this night, for it shall soon ensure that I may never have to see your smirking countenance again.
and it shall ensure I have one less freaking Irish voice to do. No! No! Get lost.
Whee! Touchdown!
Nope. No! Curse you! God damn, they've got a beefy Pyre.
Hark now, my sisters! Damn what the book says! Advance!
I can't do this fucking voice anymore. In disregard for the ways of the rights, Tamitha Thane has ordered her triumvirate to push further afield, adopting an even more aggressive stance for the remainder of this rite. Well then. Crap.
Yes. Deliverance.
Hell yeah, Sir Gilman.
Seize the orb.
Bonk.
Douse the flame. My. Glory.
Okay, one more round to go.
Ceremony.
Oh yeah, 2 for 2. I mean 2 for 1.
Well cast. And there it is. At last.
No freedom for you, Tamitha.
Proved their worth.
I guess I will have to voice you a bit more.
As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Damn you for this, Pamatha. All of this because of you. After all this time, she turns her gaze toward the rest of you. I never thought this day would come. I have all of you to thank for this, for doing this for me. The life that I recall back in the Commonwealth was at times difficult. And I am much older now. I know not what I shall find on my return. However, I know this. If that place is still like the Commonwealth I left so long ago, then I shall strive to make it better, for as long as I retain my strength and breath. You see her smile faintly as she disappears into the shimmer pool, though you can still hear her voice, though faintly now. Farewell then, reader. All of you, for now.
Godspeed, Captain Jodarian. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence again.
Another one of our party goes free.
May the scribes have mercy on us all.
Well, Pamatha, truly, did you get the best of me again? Know that your actions put our sisters on the other side in even greater peril. No, not that you care, of course, yet I'm certain that they shall someday prevail, with or without my aid. To think that I was born to share blood of someone such as you.
Why did I pick Irish? Why? You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the essence in the liberation rite.
Such the glorious night this turned out to be. Do you think Jodariel's already home?
You succeeded in liberating Jodariel, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. We did what we could. With each liberation rite, we strive to advance our plan. A brighter future awaits at the end of our path. For now, we must persevere. Speaking of which, reader, I take it you have seen the stars, or should I say, the lack thereof? You have, or did. Once more the sky is all abyssal darkness following the liberation rite. No stars illuminate themselves to guide you further on your path. Then let us go once more to Moonlight Alcove. I have an errand I must run. Besides, once we arrive, best we recover now and make our way southward at first light. You find Hedwyn on his own after Jodariel's liberation. You sense straight away what is on his mind. The two of them were close throughout much of his life. He looks up at you, but his familiar smile is nowhere to be found. I'm sorry, my friend. I should be in a much, much better mood, but right now, it's just... I can't believe she's gone. Then he shakes his head. Listen to me. I'm talking like she's... He falls silent again. You can tell he needs some time to himself right now and turn to leave. Wait, hold on. Don't leave me here just yet. First of all, my friend, thank you. I don't like to think of it in quite these terms, but out of all of us, I really hope she'd manage to get out of here. She's been here the longest, not to mention, I'd probably be dead 10 times over by now, if not for her. What's more, maybe other than Volfred himself, I have a feeling she's really going to make an impact on this plan of ours back on the other side. Just the same, though, I am going to miss her. You and Headwind share some memories of Tridariel for a time, though it grows clear to you that he needs some time alone. Thanks again, my friend. I hope that one day all of us can meet again. Jody, she'd be happy on that day, I bet. It's very late now. You part ways after bidding each other a good evening. Oh, pages. The winged members of the Essence, each chosen by the matriarch Triesta Tethys, are living exemplars of liberty and piety. Would that my wings could be thus. Once, you of course must know, we all had wings. It is said that the people of the Empire relinquished theirs, drawn in by earthly matters as they were, but the harps, such as Triesta, held tight the liberty their plumage could afford. These divergent paths did cause a share of differences between the winged and the wingless over time, but here in this land, our purposes are shared, our goals united. That then is the essence, that is who they are, and what, and why. Mercy is the beating heart of a truly free society. Mercy even for the perpetrators of the darkest deeds. As our liege Soliam Mur drifted in an ocean of regret, there he found mercy, or rather, it found him, and it saved his life. Mercy, freedom, they are intertwined. A society which raises a clenched fist against its own shall follow the doomed path of the Empire of Sar. Ours shall be a merciful society. May the perpetrators of the darkest deeds be sent to join us here, where they may learn as we have. Mercy shall engender union among all of different kind. We shall stand shoulder to shoulder, equals in the same society. Oof, that one hits a little close to home there.
He can't keep getting away with this!
You can't keep getting away with this!
Okie dokie. Continue. Back to the alcove. Hey, Raymods. How's it going? How is... Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't mind me just yeeting things into my keyboard. How is your Friday treating you? I'd ask how the week's been for you, but, you know, things happened involving politics. So that's a dangerous question to be asking. I'm doing good. The job I was interviewing for sent me a... chill. I was given the job offer that I was interviewing for, so that's great. I taught myself some animation stuff in Adobe After Effects, so that was fun and satisfying. I made a blurb from Fight Club. And we're playing Pyre. We have freed 2 out of many of our teammates. They have returned to the Commonwealth to foment revolution. Yeah, I'm having a good time. It's all coming together. Oh yeah. How was Heavy Rain? Was that your first time playing it? Nice. Are you gonna I forget the... Because Quantic made Heavy Rain, didn't they? Are you going to play Detroit Become Human? You've played it? Did you ever see the the video for there was a tech demo on the PS3 called Kara. Did you ever watch that video? Because that video is literally the reason why Detroit Become Human was even made into a game. Yeah. You know what? This is a good time for me to go on a tangent and just show you. Bear with me. We're going to drag that over here. We're going to do one of these. My computer is going to lag terribly because reasons.
Do it. Do it.
All right. This video garnered so much of a reaction in the comments that Quantic Dream took this concept and built a game out of it. This was just them demoing. This is a technical demo of the engine they were building just to show off what it could do. I'm going to shut up now because it's a great video.
Can you hear me?
And I don't want to talk over it.
Yes.
ID.
KPC 897504C.
Can you move your head? Your eyes now. Cervical and optical animation checked. Now give me your initialization text.
Hello. I'm a third generation AX400 android. I can look after your house, do the cooking, mind the kids. I organize your appointments. I speak 300 languages, and I am entirely at your disposal as a sexual partner. No need to feed me or recharge me. I'm equipped with a quantic battery that makes me autonomous for 173 years. Do you want to give me a name?
Yeah. From now on, your name is Kara.
My name is Kara.
Initialization and memorization checked. Now, can you move your arms?
This is PS3 graphics, by the way.
Upper limb connection checked. Now say something in German.
Ich bin ein AX400 Android dritter Generation, erschaffen als Ihr persönlicher Assistent und intimer Beziehungspartner.
Say it in French.
Je suis un androïde de troisième génération AX400, conçu pour être votre assistante personnelle et votre partenaire intime.
Okay. Now sing something in Japanese. Multilingual verbal expression checked. Go ahead, take a few steps. Locomotion checked. Great, you're ready for work, honey.
What's going to happen to me now?
I'll reinitialize you and send you to a store to be sold.
Sold? I'm a sort of merchandise. Is that right?
Yeah, of course you're merchandise, baby. I mean, you're a computer with arms and legs and capable of doing all sorts of things. And you're worth a fortune.
Oh, I see. I thought...
You thought? What did you think?
I thought... I was alive.
Shit, what is this crap? That's not part of the protocol. More memory components going off the rails. Okay, recording. Defective model. Disassemble and check the required components.
You're disassembling me, but why?
You're not supposed to think that sort of stuff. You're not supposed to think at all, period. You must have a defective piece or a software problem somewhere.
No, I feel perfectly fine, I assure you. Everything is all right. I answered all the tests correctly, didn't I?
Yeah, but your behavior is non-standard.
Please, I'm begging you, please don't disassemble me.
I'm sorry, honey, but defective models have to be eliminated. That's my job. If a client comes back with a complaint, I'm gonna have some explaining to do.
I won't cause any problems, I promise. I'll do everything I'm asked to. I won't say another word. I won't think anymore. But I've only just been born. You can't kill me yet. Stop, will you please stop? I'm scared. I want to live. I'm begging you.
Go and join the others. Stay in line, okay? I don't want any trouble.
Thanks.
My God.
And that's it. Quantic Dream had initially no intention of taking that short story further than that as a technical demo. But the response to this video was so incredibly overwhelmingly positive that they took the concept and literally made it into a full-blown video game. Which I thought was amazing. Also, the voice actor and motion capture actor for Connor and one of the sex robots or stripper robots is his wife. They both operate a YouTube channel.
Bulbasaur? Damn.
So you get to see
I don't want anyone's
Connor,
brain
the android
development.
sent by Cyberlife,
Music Chowler?
playing Connor, the android sent by Cyberlife.
Music Howler. Excuse me, Music Howler. But I know it's not Music Chowler. But if it is Music Chowler,
So yeah, that's a thing. And now you know a thing. Neil Newbon's... Oh, that's right. Neil Newbon, he's the douchebag cop, isn't he? Is that the one he plays? More importantly, the voice of Mr. Krabs is one of the main characters, which I fucking love. I love when people play it for the first time. I'll wait for them to get into the game for a bit and they'll be like, just FYI, your detective partner there is Mr. Krabs. And just watch people's minds blow if they haven't cottoned on. Oh, Connor! They've stolen my secret recipe! Okay, back to Pyre. I haven't seen the Tanuki Ghibli movie. Although, oddly enough, I was watching some Ghibli movies last night. I watched Spirited Away and I watched Howl's Moving Castle. My kid wanted to watch Spirited Away again. We have returned to a place of respite. Please make yourselves comfortable, such as you can. We are at the mercy of the stars, but I expect they shall shine bright again in time. Thanks for the lurk, Ray. As for me, I shall return by then, for there is something I must do. I haven't read any of the Ghibli books. There, from atop the sacred mountain, although I do know that canonically in the Ghibli books, the only reason Hal moved his castle around was to evade taxes. Which I find super amusing. You gaze down into the abyss that is the downside. You wonder when the stars shall align themselves once more. I mean, it's inferred in the anime, Maker's Mantle says, Hal was such a dick in the book. It's inferred in the anime that he's led a life of being a complete douchebag to everyone and anyone, till he falls for someone. Sophie's sister just upset her. There, upon the sacred mountain, you and your companions once more await the night the stars begin to shine again. The plan of which you are all a part is set in motion. The Commonwealth, a nation that stood for almost 1,000 years, is in turmoil. If your companions return there through the liberation rites, what sort of place shall they be coming back to? Maker says they hinted he was a bit of a user, but it's much worse in the book than suggested. Still would though. So he's one of those just hear me out kind of guys. Many moons pass. One evening, amid a downpour with no interest whatsoever in relenting, Volfred requests everyone. You understand he has an announcement of some sort. Soon everyone is assembled, and Volfred regards the group. Get your face out of my coffee, cat. It is not for you. Everyone is, oh my god, my cat's standing on my keyboard and skipping the dialogue. No! 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 I have been sabotaged! My cat! I see all of us as a living vision of the 8 scribes themselves. Each one among them hating... Someone should clip that. Each one among them hailing from the different tribes which later formed our Commonwealth. My observation does not come from pompousness, I think. Rather, I believe the scribes themselves desired, or shall I say desire, such a course. Yeah, when did my bouncies bounce? Oh. There they are. Big bouncies. Let me tinker with my overlay real quick. I think I'm gonna go fiddle with my settings within Stream Elements. Please wait. I shall fix this. I shall make it rain emotes. have some music while I tinker. My fucking Stream Elements bot just timed Makers out. Sorry, Makers. Because of emote spam. I guess it got mad. Let me... Ah, there it is. Turn that off. Turn that off. Alright, there we go. That's now just permanently disabled on my bot. Sorry about that, Makers. My bad. Alright. Try doing some emotes now. Boing. Big. Together, they've created all this ceremony of which we're now a part. Oh god, I might have made it a little bit over the top. I'll fix that later. All glory to the Hypno Dad.
Subscribe.
The exiles liberated through their rights went on to found the Commonwealth based on their values and their teaching. Thus, an instrumental aspect of our plan is to embody the spirit and the culture from which the Commonwealth arose so many centuries ago. That way, when we are all united on the other side in solidarity, the people shall all see that we reflect the values they yet cherish in their hearts, not merely our hearts. Anyway, we are still missing one key representative on behalf of Molten Melithe, and I happen to know a certain bog dweller who I think shall fit the part most splendidly indeed. He motions for someone to approach. Oh god. A certain bog dweller still forward. You recognize her straight away. It is my pleasure to introduce to you a dear old friend of mine who I believe you've met. Welcome to the Nightwings, Bertrude. The bog dweller called Big Bertrude utters something guttural by way of greeting. Brace for throat destruction.
We do understand that ye require further aid from us.
Yes, dear Bertrude, the time has come. Bertrude here is far and away the most accomplished alchemist whom I have ever met. You soon will find that she knows much about the rites as well. Bertrude looks you and your fellow exiles each in turn.
We frighten ye, apparent.
Everyone is silent as Bertrude searches their expressions.
Then tremble, small ones, and hold well thy tongue, lest we remove them.
She takes her leave without another word. Please excuse Bertrude's blunt manner. I guarantee she shall more than make up for it. Everyone disperses. Seems now that the ranks of the Nightwings are complete. Now then, my boy, perhaps you noticed the stars are bright once more up there behind those stubborn rains, meaning it is time we got back to business. Indeed, once more, several stars shine bright within the cold and storming sky. Alright, go challenge the fate. So, where to go against the fate again? Adversaries or no, I hope Dalbert and Alma have been holding up. Seems they've been through quite a lot. He then shares with you what details he attained of your next adversary. Dalbert Oldheart, an adversary who showed you respect and even generosity. Despite his advanced age, he also made for a formidable opponent, he and his son. The so-called Almer the Helpless, ever present at father's side. He was abandoned as an infant before Dalbert found him and raised him alone. Dalbert taught his son everything he knew of his cultural heritage. As a descendant of one of the Alpha Chiefs, thought to be descended from Jomur Manime himself. However, his more vocal attempts to preserve old Kerr traditions in the Commonwealth often fell on deaf ears or even roused the anger of officials. One day he insisted on celebrating Fang Song against the wishes of his family. His family's caution was well founded in this case, and he was taken into custody. As for Almer, his father was led away. As his father was led away, he put up enough of a fight to where he wound up sharing his father's cell, and soon enough, his sentence. In the downside, their faith brought them in contact with a pack of spiritual curs residing in Jomur Valley. In time, they became acquainted with the rats and helped to revitalize the long-struggling triumvirate known as the Fate. They have since struggled on, at times flirting with freedom, though seldom getting within striking distance. Yet still, they long to find a way to return to their ancestral home and family. Poor Dalbert. Seems like a decent enough start. Same for his son. In any case, we'll see him soon enough. Let's get some rest for now. You bid Headwind a good evening. It's too late to take flight, so you make plans to rise at dawn to continue your travels. Here we go. You find the big Bertrude looking about the black wagon in a disapproving way. She fixes her gaze upon you. Her expression does not change.
No, such a clutter added to this wagon since we looked upon it. Unsightly. We remember thee from our abode in flagging hands. Then thou must be the reading one to whom Sandalwood referred.
She moves in close, studying you. You recall the mere touch of a bog crone of the sudden bogs can induce paralysis, or worse.
That one such as thee can extract meaning from that tome. 'Twas a feat we wished to witness for ourselves. Thy flesh has seen but the smallest fraction of the years which ours withstood, and yet we are expected to believe that thou canst
Then she backs away, for someone else joined you. Hail, Bertrude, madam. Is everything to your liking at this time? Or is there something more which you require?
We have been unable to locate a supply for rotworm gizzard extract among thy belongings. Other than that, we shall lodge no complaint at present.
It is possible that Volfred has a small supply among his possessions here. If you would care to accompany me, we may yet procure some.
That would be agreeable with us.
Then, after you, madame. As they depart, you think you see the lone minstrel nod his head your way. With these blackened nails do I hereby inscribe the rights of flame. The bylaws shall be written here in full. We, the Eight, decree the rights attest of one's true worth in body, mind, and spirit. Now, until the stars abandon us, this shall be binding law within the downside. Those deemed worthy in the rights are to regain their freedom from the downside and return from whence they came. Exiles shall conduct the rites as one of 9 triumvirates and look toward the stars for guidance on their part. Exiles should bear this book as status. Disco lights! What's this up here? Ah, wings. Wangs. Continue the journey. You rise early that morning, though Bertrude is already awake. He scowls at you. Good morning, reader. Bertrude, I trust your stay has been not too uncomfortable?
Nay, Sandalwood. The comforts of this place are not for us. Fly us forth from here to lower ground. Let us get on with all of this.
Don't forget to hydrate, folks. The reader here shall do so once the group is ready. I thank you for your patience. I've got to free this snake lady as quickly as I can. Otherwise I'll lose the ability to speak. Soaring far above Sklorian shore, you notice Pamatha gazing down at the frozen cliffs below. That damned place down there. I like it least of all, I think, among everywhere we've been. I'm thankful there's been no reason to return. Reminds me of my home is all, the high-wing remnants. We all grew accustomed to the thinner air amid the cliffs that breaches the clouds above your commonwealth. But it is not the nicest place. Little wonder that my sister has settled for a warmer base of operations in this land there by the nest of Trieste. Anyway, I'm pleased to have to spend as little time as possible near here. Let's fly on by and go about our business. Yes. Yes. The hidden glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it lies below us, protected even now by the enchantment of Lu's Glorian 100. I understand the river name for him is rather famous in your commonwealth. The mouth of the river Sklorian opens wide not very far from here. It was there that limbless Arzet was defeated, turning the region lush and livable, at least for certain denizens, although of course not everyone believed.
Your adversaries, the Faith, must be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune in your ride against them, Raider. Rich, thank you, Steel Buffalo Gaming, and welcome in. How is your week going? How is your Friday going? Well, I do this gigantic stretch. Felt good. Also, I'd like to add a great way to announce your presence by making me take care of myself. I appreciate you. Izo seems enthusiastic about the prospect of taking the route in Needlefield. Amethyst may gain a deep understanding of the right along the route of Cinder Root. Let's do this. Steel Buffalo says Friday's going well. Glad it was a quiet day at work. Able to get done today at a decent time. Nice. Good on you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that for you. Your wagon touches down in Black Basin, where you first met Wolfred and Pamitha as well. You briefly wonder what might have happened had your paths not crossed, as you consider what to do with the remains of the afternoon. Weekend going to Jacksonville to go to a football game Sunday. Nice. I will unexpectedly have my son with me tomorrow evening through to Sunday afternoon. I'm looking forward to that. Start my new job in December on the 2nd. So that's cool too. Gonna throw my stream schedule a little bit wonky once I go into full-time hours and I'm finished training. But I'll figure that out, you know, in the new year. Have you ever played this game before, Steel Buffalo? Steel, you know, I've been unemployed since like April, so while it's a pay cut from what I was previously earning, it's with a bigger company, so I've got more room to move up and more room to earn. So I'm looking forward to it. So this is the third entry in my Supergiant spree. I'm just basically going through the catalog and then alternating games. Once I complete this, I'm going to switch back to doing Baldur's Gate or Cyberpunk for a bit or for a few streams. Then I'm going to start Hades. In this game, there's basically no one who speaks English, so it's turned my playthrough into a one-man play, and I have become the dad of many voices, which has been amusing for me as well. Although some characters do push my voice abilities to the limit. In a nutshell, you are cast down into an area called the Downside, where criminals from the Commonwealth above are exiled. In the Commonwealth above, even reading and printing readable material is a crime, and we are now, you can return to the Commonwealth by way of something called the Rights, which is basically a 3 versus 3 game of basketball with magic. You'll see once I get to one of the matches. But we are sending up select people to foment a revolution. Phil says, growth's definitely worth the pay cut. Usually growth brings along pay increases. That's what I'm hoping. Honestly, it's an entry-level position I'm starting in, and I have 10 years in industry, so I don't expect to remain entry-level for very long. Revolution? Let me get my pitchfork! Don't forget your tiki torches. Sorry, that's the wrong kind of revolution, right? I got the job? Yes, I got the job. My start date is December the 2nd. Thanks, Tori. You feeling any better? No, wrong kind. No tiki torture this revolution. I'm sorry, Tori. Well, hopefully my goofy ass rendition of this game will amuse you and lighten your mood. And if it doesn't, you've got some great company here in chat. Can we get some hugs for Tori? I don't have a hug command because I suck. Took some anxiety meds. The recommended dose of anxiety meds, right, Tori? Right, Tori? And by sleep soon, you may sleep for an appropriate amount of time and not permanently. Right, Tori? You can't see me doing big eyes at you, but I'm doing it with my voice. Yes? Good. Good. Having reached the cinder route, you decide to accompany Pamitha for a walk among the thick underbrush. Your conversation soon turns to matters of rights, which you discuss at length. Most of the time I think none of this makes any sense, but once in a while, you put it together for me, reader darling. By the time you return to the wagon, you sense you gained a deeper understanding of it all. Thank fuck I didn't have to read too many Irish lines. I was like, oh god, here we go. Fuck! Well, Tamitha, soon I'll be catching up with you at this, whether or not you like it. I was thankful too soon! This one. It's time for an ad break. I make sure you stand up and stretch and blink your eyes and do all the bits and pieces. Steel Buffalo says, speaking of sleep, I may lurk here in a bit and go get some sleep. Do it, sir. Take care of your meat suit. They do be fragile. Pamitha is staring out the window as you approach. I miss flying, reader darling. Take it from me. It feels as good as you'd expect. It's not enough for those Commonwealth brutes to cast us down here. If they can get their fingers on us, they make sure we never fly again as we once did. All while calling it an act of mercy. Let me ask you something, You've learned a thing or two. What have your studies taught you of my kind? You know that they have suffered. You know that the harps have long survived on the brink of extinction, and the warriors of the high-wing remnants are all that remain of them now. They may see little recourse at this point than to avenge their fallen and see to it that the Commonwealth suffers in return for all that has transpired. Such sympathies could not have earned you popularity, I gather, darling. In fairness, you leave out a number of atrocities my people have inflicted upon yours, but nonetheless, you seem to have the gist of it. My kind certainly aren't known for their good sense of humour, I can tell you that. My little tongue got me into no small amount of difficulty, but I learned to keep it well under control. The mountains I come from, the views there were certainly something, but there's a bleakness to it too, being surrounded only by those consumed by the desire to avenge. We're very proud like that. Everybody vying to be the strongest, to kill the most of you. That way, we might just get a shot with the prince. Continue the line. If he even exists. So there's only one male harp that survives. Oof, they have suffered. Imagine that being the best case scenario, darling. She shakes her head. Anyway, I was just thinking,
I'd rather enjoy the traveling we've done. Change of scenery does me good. Perhaps I'll stick to wandering after all this. In fact, I have a fancy for some wandering right now, if you'll excuse me.
She heads out of the wagon into the thick underbrush of Black Basin. The continent we called Black Basin shall one day tear itself apart, arriving upon blackened, molten crags, tolerable only by the harp Trieste. We pressed onwards towards a suffocating wood. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Thank you for being patient with them. This land felt to us somehow primordial. Deep in its roots and noxious crevasses lay innumerable clues as to its ancient history, but we had little time to excavate, for our supplies by then were thin. Further, we were lost. Our best attempts at circumnavigation all had failed. It was Luce Glorian who reached out at last unto the stars, and they revealed the way. Then, at last, we could see the sacred Mount Elodiel there, in the distance.
Emo! All the glory to the Hypnodad. Subscribe.
We, the Eight, have seen the turning of the stars from now until the ending of our age. Heed their guidance and ours. The stars take many cyclic turns. The rites commence at their behest upon celestial landmarks where the downside's greater titans fell before the heavens. Bearing this book bestowed upon your triumvirate, you, the reader, shall perceive under which stars you are to congregate. Tori says, wait. Sleep. Bed, Dad. No. It's only 10 p.m. No bed. But yes, there is a bed, Dad. Look at him all sleepy. Actually, Dad sleeps like a fucking psychopath, because who doesn't take off their glasses when they go to sleep? Apart from Raker's Mantle's partner. He's got to watch out for that one. Midnight for me, and by me I mean makers. And for Tori too. Follow where they lead, as your adversaries shall. If either of you fails to appear, then neither of you walks the path. Whether you prevail or you fail, from that point the stars shall guide you on. Okay. Falling asleep on the couch is different from going to sleep on a face down on a pillow with your glasses on, like my stupid ass emote does. Although I have done that a couple of times too. Okay, only one. He needs more leveling up. Otherwise, I will get my booty kit.
Nice big cock.
That's the blurb I made, by the way. Or I said, what if you secretly don't even wear glasses, but your VTuber guy does? Story. No, I actually do wear glasses. What if I'm not even a dad, What if I'm actually a lady that's just got a great impression of a guy's voice? What if we're all living inside the Matrix? Having good eyesight sounds fake, but okay, says the makers. Truth. Truth. I haven't had good eyesight since I was like 8 years old. I've been wearing, no, earlier than that. I've been wearing fucking glasses for like 31 years. And I'm not making that up. Like my eyesight has been degrading from the age of about 5, and it finally stopped shitifying itself at about age 34. And now actually got slightly better. My prescription got reduced. I was like, fuck yeah. My eyes are aging in reverse. More documented evidence of Maker's mom being a fucking scumbag. So shocked. I'm so shocked of this. I'm sorry it happened to you, but you could turn around and tell me that your mom loves tiki torches and khakis, and it wouldn't surprise me at this point.
Hey, you guys, where's your friend? You know, the big one with the horns, likes frowning and stuff like that. Something happened there or what? Heard a crazy story. She just flew on out of here or something. Anyways.
More powder. Yeah, I got glasses because I couldn't read the writing on the board when Erotic Stud Muffin raiding in with 8 viewers. Thank you for your first time raid into here, Erotic Stud Muffin. I think it's your first time raiding in here, isn't it? Welcome in. You were cooking seasoned fries and spicy ground turkey. Yum. Welcome on in, Erotic Stud Muffin and co. How was your stream? How's your food? How are your people? Stinky Shark. How could you do this to me when I'm meeting all these lovely new friends? Now I've got to talk like fucking British to my new friends that I've never met before. You bastard. Sarah, you are with the raid, but we know each other from Rose-Colored Chaos. Innit? Welcome in. I'm not time with Dad. I don't usually talk like this, but certain people want to fuck with me. Oh, you just got raided? I totally didn't know this. Lies! Lies! Get him, chap.
Do it or you're fired!
Top of the morning, fella. That's Irish. Top of the morning to you, fella. Lads and lassies. Yes, fellow peeps. Erotic, I know you from Rose-Colored Chaos's streams as well, don't I? I'm pretty sure I do. I do love some kitchen nightmares. It's fucking raw. I'm surprised actually that no one has hit me with a single Gordon Ramsay blurt in my many cooking streams that I've done. Not one. I'm honestly a little disappointed. Folks who have never been here before or who are new to my channel, please introduce yourselves. Erotic, please introduce yourself to my community. In fact, my auto shout-out did not work. Disappointing. Or did it? Did it? No. It did not.
Oh, it did. Where's my fucking clip? Twitch. You son of a bitch. It's meant to be playing. Do you have your VODs turned off? Is that why? Or do you have your clips disabled? Has my shout out player just stopped working? That could also be a thing. Add that to my list of things that are working intermittently. Hey, old man Felonius, how you doing? Welcome on in. Ad time? Nope. Hey Ray, thanks for lurking. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful sleep. What do I mean? No, I'm not running an ad immediately after a bunch of people that don't have subs to me have arrived in my chat. Is what I mean by no. I ain't gonna do them dirty like that. That's some bullshit. Doing that to people would be bullshit. Welcome in, folks. Here's corporate America. Consume. If anyone else who joined in the raid, if you stream, please introduce yourselves. Let us get to know you and your streams. This is a promotion-friendly stream. The only reason I am an affiliate is because of people who showed me kindness and let me talk about what I was doing and what I intended to do on this platform. And I want to pass them good vibes on. As for me, I'm Mealtime with Dad. I am a dad. I cook the meals. Sometimes. Sometimes we're joined by Mealtime Junior when he's with me. I do gaming. I do cooking. Sometimes I do art. I'm originally from Britain, but I now live in Canada. This is a basically it's a be yourself community and environment. If you've got a thought rattling around in your head that you need to get out, please just say it. I don't want anyone to kind of censor themselves just because they're not sure if, you know, if that would be welcomed. It's the thoughts we don't give voice to that eat us alive. So please, if you need to talk or you need someone to talk to, just put it out there. Maker's Mantle is a streamer. Yes, they are. They do the art. I'm just gonna do this. Where's my Twitch? So, because I've been lurking in Erotic Stud Muffin's stream for hours, I've now been raided back into my own channel, and my Twitch stream control, my stream manager is now showing me as a raider in my own channel when it posted the tune I was playing. Thanks, Mealtime with Dad, for posting and coming with that raid. You're great.
Oh, that's a nice line.
Oh god damn it! You and Asterion are both just barely in it.
Just hit me. Just hit me with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're alright with that, you're getting hit.
Yeah, it's fine.
Folks, check out Maker's Mantle. They're a lovely bean.
Shit! I didn't realize.
They join us frequently in my streams and keep me company. Torafa is also a streamer in here. We're going to do the shouty outies now. Fucking intermittent Twitch clip player. I guess it must have a cooldown on how often it can pull clips. It's too funny that I'm showing up in my own chat now as a raider. Nice, you chuckle. Hey, Erotic Stub Muffin, do you have a shorter name you can go by? Do you prefer ESM or just Erotic? Actually, Erotic, you arrived just after. No, sorry, just before. How do I do English? How do I do tenses? Just yeah, you arrived just after I showed off the first blurb I ever made, but I'll do it for you again.
Nice big cock.
With a name like Erotic, I'm sure you could enjoy and admire that blurb. That's available for use on any stream where they have like R-rated blurbs allowed. You can have Brad Pitt tell someone, nice big cock. I was very disappointed to not see it.
Come see us again, guys.
To not see it out there.
Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Yeah, it wasn't on blurb, so I was like, this is unacceptable. So I went and made it. Fine. I'll do it myself. I Thanos'd it. Rank 20, baby! Who am I choosing? Am I choosing him? So, Erotic, what games do you like to play? I don't think we had this conversation before. Over here on this channel, you'll find typically story-driven games. I am going to be starting a modded Minecraft server for my community to play on. Probably at some point this week I'll get that put together. It's going to be running one of the Fabric mod packs. Be right back. Must go potty. A real good girl. Make sure you wash your hands. That'd be gross. You and the others are busying yourself for the commencement of the rite this evening when you notice Ray behaving strangely, more than usual. Oh, by the way, Erotic, this game, none of the characters have voices. They just go, or do they speak like Simlish? So you will now experience the dad of many voices.
Maybe he's here. I mean, I think he has to be somewhere nearby.
Also, because this game reminds me of Oregon Trail, a lot of my voices heavily lean towards having southern accents.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I was just, oh, it's just, I think maybe my friend is here. And I was hoping to say hi to him before we have to do the ceremony with the star ball. Wait, that's him. That's him, my friend. He's here.
Just then, your adversaries, the Fate, arrive on the other side of the Glade of Lu. They begin making necessary preparations. Ray rushes over to them before anyone can stop her, even as the stars above start shining through the darkness. Have I gotten dysentery? Not yet. I haven't even been bitten by a rattlesnake yet either. Ooh, I've played Audio Surf. That's a very old game. My god, that is a blast from the past, Erotic. If you like music games and rhythm games, check out Rez. R-E-Z. In fact, it's Rez Infinite on Steam. That is like the Mac Daddy OG of rhythm games. That game, it's based around synesthesia, which is a mental disorder where you can see and sometimes feel sound. So that game, when it first shipped on the PS2, it was first released in Japan and shipped with a trance vibrator, which was literally a vibration motor that you could plug into your PS2 that would pulse in tune with the music. and shipped with a plastic glove you could put around it.
Sauce.
Welcome back, Real Good Girl. Either way, they released Res Infinite a few years ago, which took the original Res onto PC, but also added like the infinite level to it, which has like modern particle physics. It looks visually fucking amazing, and the music and beat is controlled by how and when you fire your weapon and shoot down enemies. In fact, you know what? Before I jump into this little fight here, I am just gonna pull up the launch trailer for Res Infinite just to show it to you. Boop. $360p, fuck that. Wait. So that's the OG game. And this is the modern game. Be careful about showing the attachment. Yes, I briefly touched on the attachment. Briefly touched on the attachment is a very poor choice of words in retrospect. Look at that sweaty VR headset mark. Sweaty.
It's a good game. It's a great game. Really being inside the sound. It's crazy. Yeah, you just wanna stay there more time.
I wonder if they got people who have synesthesia to play this, and that's why they're reacting so strongly to the game.
It was like another world. What was it?
That was.
No one expects the slurping erotic,
Incredible. That was.
but no one complains about it either.
I've never experienced anything like that before.
But yeah, so that's a little glimpse into Res. Don't slurp the sweat, Dad. You can't tell me what to do. I'm Dad around here. I'll turn this stream around, so help me. This entire stream, I'll turn the entire Twitch around.
The much vaunted reader has returned, and it would appear his ranks grow stronger. Consorting with the bog-crone Bertrude, are we? How very strange that you befriended her. At any rate,
Daddy, chill.
your adversaries in this right shall be the Fate. Put out their flame and walk the path to liberty.
So in Pyre, we play 3v3 basketball and use magic powers to banish our enemies. And our magic powers are determined by the amount of sins we committed. Oh, hello again. Hello. Why, hello indeed, young one. We are the Fate, and once again, we hail you and all the Nightwing. Thanks, I was wondering. May I speak to your son? Why, I do not see why not, but let me see here. Alma, where are you? Begging your pardon, young one, but my son, he's not always punctual, you see. Hold, I shall go and fetch him.
Oh, okay. I mean, my friend. I hope that he remembers me.
You? Wait, where is father? Father!
Oh, hello again. Your father, he went looking for you. Did you not see him?
No, I did not see him. This had best not be some Nightwing's trick, or else I'll... Oh, there you are, Alma. A cordial adversary wishes to salute you, I believe.
Oh, that's right. I mean, here, this is my salute. I am saluting you. Nice to see you, and may this Christ watch over you, okay? I want them to watch over us as well, but maybe just this time, or not just this time, but this and other times, maybe they can watch over all of us, okay?
The two of them stand and watch as Ray skips over to rejoin you. An unusual sort, that one. She is. She's about your age.
Father!
Hold a moment, reader. The crone Bertrude slithers forth, wearing the raiments of the rites. Now that Bertrude is amongst our ranks, it will be best if you become familiar with her repertoire. Blip. You have no... Thanks for blep, sorry. Folks who have not been here before, the blep emote is my cat. Her name is Lady. She is a doofus. You have no obligation to make use of her abilities, of course. Blepertoire. I like that word. Good Bertrude, please show the reader something of your aptitude.
We expect thou shalt soon be inclined to bring our sorceries to bear.
Howdy, howdy, Andy Havoc. Thanks for dropping by. How are you doing? How is your Friday going? I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here.
Long have we studied these rites of thine. Let us show thee what we know of them thus far.
This is not a voice changer. It is just me torturing myself.
Then I have to wonder what became of her
Pounce. Ooh. Oh, sensual.
one accomplice in particular. You want
Bertrude, please.
reader? None are
Take a guy to dinner first.
without sufficient cause.
You do good voices, Food Papa? Why, thank you. Tori has pros. So, Tori, if you have pros, would you say that you're caw-y? Ah! I can see her rolling her eyes through the screen. I can feel the facepalm.
And I revel in it.
Give me your disgust at my dad jokes. I feed on it. It
sustains me.
Release right bumper while... Right bumper, right mouse button while flashing. What? Flashing? Excuse you. Nope.
So you have
chosen death. Press E. Proceed.
Now then, reading one.
Grown effect for dad jokes. Makers, do me a favor and stick it in my Discord so I have a reminder.
Know that our freedom is of little consequence to us. We side with ye because of Sandalwood, because of his plan. We shall aid ye in the rites, and we shall aid ye in that plan. And Dad needs to drink water so he doesn't die. Thus, we are at thy disposal and await thy bidding.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm ready to do now my part however I can.
Now we shall get started.
I need to ascend this fucking snake person as quickly as I can. Otherwise, I will not be able to speak for an entire week. Torifa is a very, very good girl. Thank you for your redemption. And for your attention.
Sir Gilman.
Sir Gilman!
Pray.
Terias?
It is done.
Scribes, I hope they're watching all of us.
Steel yourself, Alma. Are you prepared to face our adversaries once again? Always, father. Let us prevail here and now. Let us do so indeed, my son. Let the game begin! Whee! Touchdown! Mealtime with Dad! First score of the match goes to Mealtime with Dad. Well done, my noble friends. But can you sustain such vigor through to the conclusion of this right? We shall see. Whee! No! No! Oh.
The orb. Pray plunged into the pyre.
Second touchdown. Let's go.
This is the path to glory.
Do, 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 whee.
Glorious.
These guys are way too slow. Can't fucking touch this.
Dolbert banished. Onward thus to greater glory.
No! Son of a bitch. Give me that.
Beauteous.
Okay, one more.
Your victories at hand.
My ritual game of 3v3 basketball. Victory! Mealtime with Dad! Boo, 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 boo. I don't have a soundboard.
Alas, that their adversaries failed to stop them. The ceremony is complete.
Wow! Wait, I'm sorry. I just wanted to apologize, I think.
Why, young one, you must not say such things. You are one of the Nightwings, the most envied. Oh, yeah, it's all coming together. Envied of the triumvirates. We aspire to your greatness and your legacy. Father, please, no more of this. They have prevailed. We need not grovel at their feet. Almer, is it Almer? I just had a question. Ask quickly and then go about your business. Oh, I just, would you be my friend? What? I was wondering if you would be my friend, because I don't have a lot of friends, and you are brave and gentle with your father, so... Oh, I shall see you in a little while, son. What a boss dad. What? The Scraps, were they not friends? I choose to think they brought us here, to be closer together, not to be apart.
Boundless are the teachings of
Ray, so innocent.
Blessed are the Scraps, whose eternal wisdom shines upon us through the stars and illuminates the path to our salvation. Wait, what did I just say? Wow, that was strange, but I feel so invigorated now.
Forever cursed is Kelma Rope Collar. Sir Gilman's not as foolish as his lowly Kyre's wont.
Blip. Blip, blip. This night wonders at times about why we are here, and which forces have transpired to bring us here together. Has Under King Orders himself taken an interest in this noble quest? Oh yeah, we got one of them voices too. Erotic says, I lurkies, plop my face into bed after stream. Thank you for receiving us so well. I both receive and give, Erotic. equal opportunities dad around these parts. Instead of the fiery depths, it's the fiery depths. Real good girl. Since making that emote, I have not been able to unsee the face that is on the underside of my cat's tongue in that particular image. And now every time I see Blep, I also see the terrifying demon hidden within the Blep face. Look at it! It's like an angry little man coming out of her mouth, going which speaks true to the inner rage that all cat kind carry along with them. Hold on. Sorry, I got you. No one do nothing, because I can gigantify emotes for free on my channel. Wait, can I gigantify emotes from my mobile? Oh! Passes. Alright, hold on. To the web browser! Alright, hold up. Big blip. Deployed. The face is cannot be unseen. It's very odd, and was not an edit by me. All in all, having to unlearn everything I've learned is going somewhat faster than expected. The penis? No, the face. Pervert. The mind sees what the mind wants to see. Real good girl. Also, what kind of a name is Pamitha? That's like the female version of Jimothy.
Until the next rite.
Pamitha and Jimothy are a couple now. Yep, that's law. Stream law, it's canon. After defeating the Fate in a rather one-sided contest, you return to the wagon to find Volfred and the lone minstrel in the midst of a conversation. Good, I get to bust out my southern accent. Most strange that this one star should be illuminated now. This is not what I expected. Did my bot eat your ass again, real good girl? Well, I hope you enjoyed it, at least. I'll have to look into why it does that. This is not what I expected. Not I, Volfred, sir. Then Volfred notices you there. Reader, Tariq and I observed a strange occurrence in the sky is all. It appears the star of Kaelma Ropecaller is illuminated now. It is but another star, except our models and predictions of the cosmos did not anticipate this. Anyway, go see for yourself. I shall make the wagon ready in the meantime, in the mealtime. You see only a single shining star illuminated far above. It is just as Volfred indicated. You regard the looming star. The rogue star burns bright over an isolated little island in the Sea of Solace. Udmildhi is already on her way. So erotic, I'm playing through all of the Supergiant games, which is why I'm playing Pyre today. I've already completed Bastion and Transistor. Next up is Hades. And then Hades 2, which is still in early access. But Supergiant's an awesome company, so it's going to be great when it goes full release. Then we are summoned to the Isle of Kilmer, deep within the Deathless Temple. Have you been there before, Tariq? So long ago, I scarce recall the time. Only the scent. It is the place from whence the creatures native to this land sprang forth. Reader, let's not concern ourselves with superstitions held about that place. We'll set forth at dawn and soon see for ourselves what to make of it. Let us reveal the pages. Never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poisoned woods of limbless Arazek, the root titan, in his suffocating influence. I shall leave it to the boastful Underking to tell you more of Arazek's vanquishing, whilst I may tell you something of the glade that he protected, which became my own, for my own genealogy now occupies the soil there, and strives forevermore to prevent Arazek from taking root again. The brambles of the glade are constantly encroaching on themselves, then falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Erotic Studmuff says, oh hell yeah, also planning on playing Hades. You will die a lot, and it requires like multiple completions to unlock more of the actual ending, but it's a lot of fun. Good times. The rite shall not commence unless the necessary preparations are complete at a celestial landmark ere the stars align. Exiles shall conduct the rites bearing this book, of which there are but 40 copies, each bound in astral hide. Exiles shall wear the sacred raiments, fashioned in our likeness at the summit of Mount Elodiel. Their identities are to be concealed, for they shall represent us all. Exiles shall set a metal sigil for their pyre and consecrate the grounds using the words, "The 8 scribes grave their freedom, so that we may yet have ours. The heavens shall respond when all is set." Maker's Mantle says, my partner says it should be Pamitha and Jimothy Jeffington. Cursed. Very cursed. Very good. The Fate united under many Mane, the Alpha Chief. He is brash, but follows his traditions. He prizes faith, the discipline and honor, qualities he seems to lack at first. He formed the Fate under the precepts of olden bylaws of his 4-legged ancestors. They believed in a certain natural order in the way of things. Many Mane wanted for the Fate to likewise show respect. Initially, he only chose from other curs. He, however, urged the Fate to replenish their numbers from any race or ethnic group thus willing. Thus shall they anticipate what is to come with open eyes and minds, and never frown upon what is in store for them. Any more pages? During the rite, each triumvirate shall act as one unerringly and without question. The disobedient shall suffer banishment or permanent expulsion. Exiles shall move as of a single mind to demonstrate their faith, and recognize that they, as we the 8, cannot prevail alone. Their worth shall be determined both by their actions and their peers. Triumvirates lacking in experience in this may designate a reader, whose focus on this book may help the others to coordinate. However, Only those who shall conduct the rite firsthand shall walk the path toward enlightenment and become eligible to regain their freedom. So as the reader, me, the player character, cannot free themselves from the downside without the revolution in the Commonwealth actually taking hold. Ray seems very happy about something and has been chanting softly to herself. On closer inspection, however, she seems to be engaged in conversation with the wagon wall.
And so, after the ride, he said to me, I think he said to me, farewell. Can you believe it, little brother? He said that, and then he left to go find Mr. Dalbert, who went on ahead. And so I think that maybe we are friends now. Don't you think so, too? We have a lot in common, don't we? Friends are supposed to have a lot in common, right? For instance, we're both fighting for those we care about, for those who helped us when we needed it. Is that not so? He's very lucky to have met Mr. Dalbert, isn't he?
She falls silent for a time, and then...
Cannot be that the 8 scribes intended death for all of us just have to fight each other all the time. It just cannot be. So many whom we face, they don't like us very much, do they? Because if we prevail against them, it must mean that they cannot go home, even if they really want to. So that's why they don't like us. Back home, when they told me to stop being me, I didn't like them very much either. You want to know what I think, little brother? I think the scribes put us together in all this so we can learn from one another and grow closer. Friends. That's what I think, little brother, and I told them so. Maybe the next time I see Alma or Mr. Dalbert again, they'll be happy to see me then.
She bounds off, noticing you as she goes.
Bye, mister.
You sense some burden has been lifted from her, and her knowledge of the rites, however informal as it may be, has crystallized into a deeper understanding. I think Ray is one of my favorite characters. I do enjoy just a whimsical character. And away we go. My wagon can fly now. Wait. Volfred joins you as you soar high above the storm-ravaged waters on approach the infamous Isle of Kaelmer. Among its cursed qualities, it seems this wretched storm means I cannot rightly smoke. One of the downside's small misfortunes, I suppose. Well, the wagon's drive imps do seem not to mind, at least. In fact, they seem more animated now. Now even than usual, sir. Perhaps they feel some sort of connection to this place. Tariq, do you suppose the withdrawn were able to make it here intact? They ought to have seen it in the stars, though we shall soon know for certain. That we shall. Take us in, please, reader. Oh, I have a little horn. Honk honk. The lone minstrels suggest that a good supply of stardust may be found along this road. Ooh, stardust. Stardust or riches? Stardust or riches? Riches, I'm running low on money. You make landing within the deathless tempest, far west of where you first breached through to the shores beyond. You wonder which sort of celestial landmark lies hidden amidst these waters, though for now, you have some time left before continuing onward. The beyond the crystal seeks Pamitha. Dong. Getting so many doodads. So many things to touch and poke. Pamitha! Volfred is poring over a copy of the Book of Rites as you approach. He looks up at you and smiles. The road to freedom, written in a book that hardly anyone believes exists, and fewer still can read and comprehend. Sometimes I marvel how absurd all of this is, my boy. Tell me something, though. I've spent so much time considering the book, but known so few with whom I could discuss it in much detail. You've had some time to turn through it by now, so what do you think? Worth all the fuss? Find it fascinating. You tell Volfred that the book has fascinated you, and you've never seen anything quite like it. He nods slowly as you describe your experience with it. I share the sentiment. To have in our possession a genuine artifact from a forgotten time. How much of it is exactly true, and how much of it is the scribe's retelling of events. I find it endlessly fascinating to consider, I must admit. He puts away his copy of the book with care. It is amazing that these volumes have survived for all this time, I think. Whatever they are made of has withstood the ravaging effects of time quite well. And the ideas there contained, they remain rather provocative as well. To think that the Commonwealth disavows of the existence of this book despite official recognition of the 8 scribes. Although the reasons why are in there, written plain. How fascinating that its secrets have been kept for all this time. Anyway, you'll have to excuse me for my extracurricular interest in its teachings. I used to teach a version of its history. To have access to the real thing has brought me some small pleasure. Nice, big hug. Let us be certain to preserve these volumes for whomever shall be next to use them. He turns his attention to other matters and bids you good afternoon. Fishies. We waited for the deathless tempest to subside. We waited, but the Underking, he merely laughed and laughed, for the deathless tempest does not subside. What lies beneath that stretch of sea to cause such an upheaval is best left to myth and speculation. We made passage nonetheless through sorcerous aid and fortune, scarce seeing the surrounding environs. We did detect a landform to the west. Soliam Mur detected there the presence of the treacherous aide who lured him into exile and then followed him in turn. Mur, in his wisdom, thought it best to be avoided. At last did we arrive on distant lands, though seeing them provided little comfort. The aura. Exiles bearing the raiments and this book reveal their hidden inner aura in the color of their flame. The aura is the exile's solitary weapon in the rites. Should one's adversary cross one's aura, the adversary shall be banished. Banishment is fleeting nonetheless. Seek the Pyre's light and thus make your return. The exile's presence shapes the aura. Exiles gain greater auras while standing side by side with their triumvirates, for we gain strength together. Exiles may cast their aura through sheer force of focus on this book. You are surveying the horizon amid the eerie stillness of Sharpshaw when Sir Gilman springs forth, demanding your attention. Hold up. Am I fucking... Has my fucking screen been frozen all this time? It has. Shit, I'm so sorry, folks. I just looked at my OBS, I was like, that's not what's on my screen. Whoops. Fixed. Hark, Master Reader! By this night's keen eye, he has spotted something in the depth. Sir Gilman plunges into the waters and then soon re-emerges bearing something new. A veritable boon for the glory of the Night Wings. You received unbottled note. It is stopping wet. Is there anything new in here? As the two flames are lit, so shall the celestial orb fall from the heavens. But one such orb shall be veiled by the stars, requiring triumvirates to vie for it. Vie or vie? Vie. Its cosmic connection to the flames, the raiments, and this book bestows the necessary qualities for its bearer to prevail. Effortlessly sails the orb between the three in a triumvirate. It seeks the grasp of whosoever acts among the three. Once grasped, the orb shall draw within it all the bearer's aura, fueled by the triumvirate's own flame. It is to be cast into the flame. It's ad break time, folks. Stand up, stretch, blink, drink water. Do things, go pee. Take care of your meat suit.
Flesh.
Here in the murky waters of Deathless Tempest, derpy imp, you encounter a messenger imp come to deliver news and rumors from the other side. The news this time pertains to Jodariel, whom you liberated at the fall of Solium. You learn Jodariel's past transgressions have all been forgiven. She soon was to be reinstated on the blood border, on the presumption that she wanted her old status back. In fact, she was offered an especially prestigious leadership position in the First Veil, for a demon such as she could not be seen in the streets. But she refused the gesture rather bluntly, the report suggests. Instead, she sought Volfred's agents, as well as several of her former fostered sons and daughters, and so the ranks of the revolution grow stronger. The last part of the messenger imp's news must have been damaged in transit, though appears to be in Jodariel's own words. All you can tell is that it says, await. You thank the messenger imp for relaying this information. Your companions are excited to discuss the news. Wonder what the rest of her message said.
We can envision a demon such as she set loose within the Commonwealth.
She is an inspiration to us all. Or to this night, she is at least.
Do you think she still has a horde now that she's back up there?
Tizo is fired up about the news of Jodariel's return to the Commonwealth. There's nothing she can't handle. I miss her bad sometimes, but I'm glad she's alright. The news of Jodariel's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. You are filled with determination. The ad break is finishing now. Welcome back, everyone who was stuck in ad limbo. I hope you took a chance to stretch and stand up and do things. The wagon shudders to a halt at the Isle of Kaelma. Bizarre outcroppings give it a forbidding feel. Filled with determination. I knew makers would get the reference. Dun, dun, dun. In the distance you hear odd gibbering noises that sound like driving.
Whoa, guys, how'd you find me all the way out here? I mean, this is for extra special customers. I'm only joking, only joking. You're the only customers I got. Got you again, only joking about that too, because I got tons of customers. It's just that they already bought a lot of stuff today, so they're not here, okay? Anyways, I just caught a little something, which maybe you'll be into. Been hearing about these little numbers for a while. Check them out.
He reveals to you a set of twin rings, a jeweled band, and a runed band. Ooh, those eyes.
Thinking these thingers are supposed to be for a couple of little birds. Know what I mean? But anyone could probably use them, provided they was to buy them off me. I was gonna get them for myself anyways, but let me know if you want them.
Hell yeah, I want them. I can't afford them both. Shit. Wait, yes I can.
Yes.
The rings.
I do need to be switching some stuff around. There we go. Because I think I knew you had a tattoo for the game Undertale. May I suggest an OBS plugin for closed captions? Certainly.
Thanks, guys. Good luck in that thing you're going to tonight.
Good old Falcon Roan. Sir Gilman is training intently when you approach.
Master Reader, this knight was so engulfed in the memories of the Sea Dominion that he failed to detect your stealthy advance upon his position. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you easily. This knight is fortunate to have you as an ally, rather than a mortal foe. His kind routinely clambers from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory and perhaps a slightly longer life expectancy within your commonwealth.
One by a user called Rat Compiler that you can download that works pretty great and is built right into OBS, so it won't use any Twitch overlays or extensions. Ooh, very nice. Do be liking that.
Such an honor would it be to be assigned the rank of knight and be conscripted onto the front lines of the Commonwealth against their vicious, winged enemies. In the Sea Dominion, it was our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the razor reefs, and the strangle kelp, the snagglefins that prey upon our kind.
Sir Gilman continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for some time.
Past the blood sniffers, the electric scallops, the rogue worms of the frigid current, the paralyzing nets of the far fishers, and even past the scalding waters of the glowing trench.
Finally, he trails off.
Yet, even despite the myriad challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be Worm Knight's duty to abandon that place
at his or her soonest convenience. In related news, I have to go, because I have to plug in my phone. I have a stupid phone that I can charge, that I can't charge. I assume you mean can't charge, and have headphones plugged in. Well, Maker's Mantle, I appreciate you staying with me for the several hours that this stream has run for. If you return later on, I hope to see you later on. If you do not return, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And that you sleep well. How humorous it was to learn that life within your Commonwealth had quite a bit in common with our existence undersea. 'Twas not all pomp and glory, as the stories told. Perhaps it is our lot as Wyrm Knights to bring strife with us wherever we should go. For even here, it seems, it is our kind pitted both against our brethren and all others. He remained silent for a while, but then... Ah, well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace to strive towards a common purpose rather than strive constantly to outperform each other towards one's own self-gain. Although, to the extent that we are competing still, this knight shall ever strive to take the lead. Make no mistake about that, Master Reader. This knight was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. Now he is off to steal himself. Your pardon, Master Reader. A good night, Maker's Mantle. He scoots off somewhere to continue with his self-made training regimen. Book time. Do I have pages? The Isle, Ilm. The traitor Kael'mar Ropecaller, whereas he brought about our empire's fall, whereas he nearly claimed the life of our dear Soliam. We forgive him. We have forgiven him. We give us a certain thanks to him, for he has played a vital role in the Star's plan. If not for him, then we, the Eight, would never have aligned. We never found the Ropecaller. He fled into the sea toward an isle, which we knew well to avoid. 'Twas there, we think, that Kael'mar's tattered mantle finally did him in, among the wild imps. Should the stars ever converge above that isle, it shall be to signify that their long dance across the skies is drawing to a close. I know of no polite way to describe the climate here. It oppresses every living thing except perhaps the native flora in a few specific areas. Once more, the recommended course is to keep moving. Moving keeps you warm when it is cold, or when it is very hot, you use what strength you can to move somewhere and think and breathe. The weather in the downside seems intrinsic to the different regions, which my good friend Molten Milethe shall describe. Shelter can be difficult to find, and you cannot stay in it for very long. Perhaps, however, shelter can accompany you, rather than constrain you. In each rite we gain enlightenment, whether we prevail or we fail. Indeed, through failure do we tend to learn the most valued lessons, provided we survive. None among us have prevailed without end. Exiles who walk the path toward enlightenment shall at times be struck by an epiphany and achieve mastery in some respect. Choose well amongst these blessings we bestow. Thus you may yet achieve your potential and surpass your adversaries. Whenever you prevail, your triumvirate earns favor. In time, the triumvirate with most favor shall be summoned to the liberation rite to earn a chance at freedom. Then the cycle shall begin anew. Liberation rite takes place upon the fall of Solium, under a blooded moon, witnessed by the heralds from the stars. There, the most favored triumvirate shall confront the one which we appoint. These two triumvirates first shall pass through the scribe's gate, where their worth shall be assessed under the stars. Only the most enlightened exiles within each triumvirate may be anointed for a chance at freedom. Two of their companions shall support them whilst they strive. The anointed champion of the triumvirate which prevails shall plunge into the shimmer pool and return in glory. Okay, that's it for book time. Commence the rite. The mood is more dour than usual as you make preparations for the coming rite. A hush has fallen over your fellow exiles, and a sense of dread hangs in the air. At least one of your companions fails.
We sense the influence of one of our own. She is nearby. Her mind, corrupted, calls out, screaming. Canst thou hear it, perhaps?
She speaks of which Udmilde, the adversary whom you expect to face tonight.
The witch, she doth revere an ancient god, undying and unyielding on this land and on her consciousness. We may attempt an exorcism here, for the conditions are unique, and she may not be expecting us to be abetting ye. However, 'tis a risk upon her mind and mine own. Although perhaps a worthwhile risk, perhaps.
Bertrude seems to think that Udmilde can be weakened somehow through the coming rite. Then the stars above begin to shimmer with their strange light.
There, the stars slatch. Our adversary worships it, and whom it represents. Fixate upon that star, reading one, if thou so darest. Invoke its power. Do so, and our adversary Udmilde, she shall be emboldened, but also vulnerable to our own sorcery. We may yet limit her ambitions thus.
Bertrude asks you to invoke the star of Slot in this rite. Joe Biden, thank you for the alert. And also, hello. Your adversaries shall each have +8. Oh, wait, that's. Where's Slot? Slotch Astroborn. More cunning and quick to react, motherfucker. Yes, on how to say it. Damn it.
Unfathomed Plurness.
Okay, Plurness. Gandroth.
Beast Sungrease.
Greece. Everybody says the name once. Son of a bitch.
Dinless Erisek. Entrigar the Widow.
You slut. Okay. Let the games begin.
A glorious eve to you as ever, O you exiles of the Nightwings. The 8 scribes dragged you all the way into the blasphemous Isle of Kael'na. Here you are to be surrounded by even more gibbering nitwits than usual. Your adversaries in the rites this eve shall be the withdrawn.
After this match, guys, I'm going to pop a 10-minute be right back just to give my voice a break, because I'm going to have to do 2 very guttural, hissy voices here.
What have we here? Ye have returned once more in unto our presence. We sense something among ye. Who?
Bertrude slithers forth and gazes at her adversary.
Thou, maggot, we should have known.
But Bertrude does not respond.
Ye Nightwings, that one shall be of little benefit to me. That one's a sorcery, a mere pittance to the overwhelming might of your sludge. Soon ye shall see. Reading one, thou invoke the starved slot. So then beware. Through our sorceries shall Udmilde be cast into a hopeless doubt about her fate upon her God. It shall be done if we prevail, but only if our own mind shall perhaps be formed otherwise.
It seems that through the outcome of this rite, either Udmilde shall be permanently weakened, or Bertrude shall be dead. Oh, the stakes are high on this one. Fuck.
The rite shall begin forthwith. Sir Gilman.
Bring some tea. That's actually a good idea. I'll make some herbal tea in my 10-minute AFK.
What terrible presence? What is this terrible presence all around us? Cannot be the scribes. It cannot be.
Now then, Nightwings, ye wish to mock your sludge. Ye, in your infinite foolishness, shall be among the first to suffer.
Let's go. As the rite commences, the imps throughout the cavernous area roar with excitement. Our struggles and our plan, mere entertainment to these lonesome creatures.
Begging your pardon, sir, the imps of the Isle are quite passionate about the rite.
Just now they offered a bounty in soul.
If our triumvirate proves worthy,
they would pay us in exchange for what exactly? And where did they get the soul, for that matter?
my understanding is they wish to see us perform various feats of glory.
As for the source of their wail, who can say how much soul lies lost within the sea. Reader, it may seem beneath you, but the opportunity is rare if the soul could be of benefit. Indeed then, reader, my boy, it is yours to decide if entertaining these sad creatures is a justifiable distraction during these affairs. We trust your judgment. Now, let us not distract you further here. Henceforth, you shall be tasked with feats of glory in the right. Holy fuck.
Now plunge into
Nope.
flames.
No! God damn it. Get out of here.
Seize the orb.
Bye-bye.
Sword right in.
Touchdown, by the time we died. Boo, boo, boo. Whee! No! Crap.
Oh,
Whee! And speed.
splendid.
So Gilman's amazing. He's so fast. No.
You'll have to do better than that. A mere attempt. Such a
No.
display.
Don't worry, real good girl. Once I'm done with this match, I will I'll go make that tea.
Somebody get the orb.
Curse you!
Now for
Good
that
boy.
fire.
Yeah.
The fire of resolve.
Ah, bastard. So close.
Tabitha has doused the flame.
Good job, Jimothy. The imps grow more agitated with each passing moment. Some start spilling onto the sacred grounds.
Foolish imps, unnamed, stay back. Ye spawned from the sludge. Ye learn his patience.
What are those blasted creatures doing? This is a sacred tradition, not some boorish spectacle. An opportunity.
Ooh. Nope.
Verily.
I'm not going to get this double takedown at this rate.
And it is done.
No. No. Okay, sorry, I should continue regardless of the outcome of this right. I lost. I gotta win. Win first, then tea.
shall strive for freedom.
No, 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 no.
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 That is a guy who needs tea to do his voice line. Yeah.
Now begin. Zap.
Oh god. Nope. Nope.
Now then. The path to glory laid bare.
Touchdown. Real time with Dad.
An opportunity.
No. Ow.
Yes.
Okay. There's a few more of those.
Pyre burns brighter.
Whee! Oh. So close.
Stand not in glory's path.
No, no.
Ah, yes.
Too fast. Too fast.
If I were
Oh.
that one, I'd be rather angry.
Did I take two out?
3 Nightwings.
Ah. Sheet. No.
They simply threw it in. Now for their pyre.
Thank you.
Splendid.
Yep. Dialogue. Yep.
What are those blasted creatures doing? This is a sacred tradition, not some boorish spectacle.
Oh, you son of a bitch. What? What?
The orb was cast into your pyre.
No.
Such a display.
What the fuck?
Your adversary's pyre now burns brighter than your own.
Give me that fucking ball.
A nearly negligible effort.
6 damage.
There goes the witch Udmilda. Thoroughly banished. The fire crystal.
Okay. This is it.
Now go on just once more.
shit. No, no. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, victory! Mealtime with Dad, clutching it out. Hello, Cinderlin.
Mayhap the scribe shall simply smite them down next time.
Had to save scum that one, but
Thus end this night's proceedings.
How can this be? How can this be? You sludge, Andros! You sludge! You sludge!
which Utmildhi continues with her screaming, having been defeated in the right. You observe Bertrude there, fixed in a meditative pose.
There, Utmildi, relent, relent. Thy God has not abandoned thee, because thy God is dead. Thy God is dead. Pray to him, all thou likest, yet it shall do thee no good.
As Bertrude recedes into the shadows, Udmildhi slumps down, staring at nothing before her.
Impossible. This cannot be. Answer us. Answer us.
Udmildhi suffered -5 hope permanently. Sindel, you streamed for like 14 hours or 16 hours, didn't you? Something nuts. Nuts though.
Until the stars align.
"13 hours and 40 minutes. Jesus fucking. Well, I'm halfway there, living on a prayer. After you and your fellow exiles prevailed against the withdrawn, you find the lone minstrel tending to one of your own. Ray seems to be unwell, although you cannot sense yet why. How are you feeling, Matt? So tired, I feel as though I'm not even here. If that makes any sense. T, goddammit, I'll get there soon, don't you worry. I see. Then please do not exert yourself, or try. The lone minstrel motions for you to come closer. Raider. Ray appeared rather disoriented and more fatigued than usual. Reported feeling not entirely present. Symptom of banishment sickness. An ailment suffered by those who frequently conduct the rites, debilitating but fleeting. She should soon be able to take part in light activities, I think, but under no circumstance shall she be able to continue the coming rite. Now then, I ought not to keep you from the stars above. Please, go and have a look at them. All of us are, I think, anxious to depart this place. Cinderland did 13-hour streams almost daily when first she started. That's crazy, y'all. You gaze into the darkness of night. And now, my destination is downstairs to my kitchen to make tea. So, I will hit up a Be Right Back screen at a time over 10 minutes. I will push play on some chill. How dare you call me a good boy? Terms used for subs. Disgusting! I scared my cat. Here is some chill music. Here is a be right back. Here is a timer. Here is a reason for my AFK. I'll be back soon. For those of you that are lurking around, still awake, still listening, stretch, stand up, get your own teas. Get your own peas. Bye. I am back. But I have another 5 minutes or so on my tea steeping. Thanks real quick though. Who to challenge? Let's challenge on the chastity. Never was much of a fan of chastity. I see it's time we met again with Manly and the chastity. We can make for the pit of Melitha at first light, my boy. Let us recover through the night for now. It is too late to do much else. You can tell something is troubling Hedwyn from the moment you approach. You are not the only one either. Looks like a case of broken heart to me there, Reader, darling. Trust me on that one. Hedwyn overhears. It's nothing. I think all the travel's catching up with me is all. You don't make much of a liar, Hedwyn, darling. Now then, let's have her name. Or his. That obvious, is it? Obvious. That obvious. Now, go on. Edwin hesitates a while, then... Her name was Ficani. Ficani? Why? Wait, that's the wrong voice. Ficani? Why? It's a harp name. Yes, she's from the mountains, same as you. You don't mean Ficani Shang, do you? We fear her lost in the gorge. What? You know her? Come on, Hedwyn. How many of us harps do you think there are? Your Commonwealth has been rather successful scarring my people from our world. But yes, Ficani Shang and I had spent some time together in the past. Blown a few sorties now and then. We're in different units though. She was reconnaissance if I recall. She said as much to me. But what happened to her? When you were sentenced? It was about a year after me, wasn't it? So maybe... She was alive and well when I last saw her. Got back from the gorge with a few scrapes and some good information. Granted, that was several years ago. Who knows what could have happened since? Though I must say, she never mentioned you. I'm impressed she managed to keep secret your relationship. Could have gotten herself into some real trouble. You keep her secret too, please. Oh, don't worry about me. Down here I'm in no position to betray any more of my people. And besides, I liked Ficani. And you're not bad either. Why, this is rather sweet. Hedwyn just stares at her. I'm sorry, Hedwyn. I wasn't trying to make light. I wish I could tell you more about her. Though I think that you must have known her better than I do. Yeah, look, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to get on your case about it. It's just... I don't like to talk about it much. It's a lot to have to explain. I understand completely. So then, now that the awkward introductions are out of the way, could you tell me more about what then she was like? Well, let's see. They continue talking for some time about Ficani and about how such a relationship would have been seen in both the High Wing remnants and the Commonwealth. For Hedwyn, just knowing Ficani still lives, or at least that she still was alive after his exile, lifts his spirit. Anyhow, you get out of here, or if I get out of here, we'll have to seek her out. If I go first, I'll let her know you're in one piece. I'm thinking of her still. Thanks, Pamitha. Jimothy, whatever your name is. That means a lot.
Charlie skämtar.
Don't mention it. As the conversation winds down, they bid you and each other a good evening and go their separate ways. Feedback. Fingies. Use a spoon? Why use spoon when fingers do trick? Good tea. I am drinking a honey lemon chamomile tea. So that my throat can resume being a vocal goat. You sludge, astral born. The foul name of the Star Titan is written here but once. Do not invoke it lest you aid its reawakening. It sups upon despair and fear and doubt. And lands such as our own. 'Twas our mighty mistress Melitha which tracked the astral-born monstrosity within its loathsome pit, where it lay nursing wounds sustained from travelling across the stars in search of simple prey. Actually, it might be honey vanilla. Is it made by Celestial, the tea cult? Yeah, the same brand. And it's weird that they're a cult, but it's actually true. They are, in fact, a cult. That also makes tea. The wicked astral-born could drive a lesser creature to the brink of sanity with a mere passing glance, but not Melitha. She cast upon the fiend 100 words of binding, each one more binding than the last. With the creature's incandescent skin, we bound this book and bound ourselves unto the stars. I was wondering if the 8... This game has been saying the 8 gave their freedom so we may have ours. I was wondering if the 8 actually bound themselves to literal stars, and there you have it, they did. The withdrawn did spawn forth from the wild witch Melitha, in whose vigilant pursuit of the unknown and unknowable I always felt a certain kinship. Whether the withdrawn were Melitha's kin by blood or merely worshippers, we trusted one another not to ask or care. What mattered most was that Melitha chose the most audacious minds, who stopped at nothing short of the impossible. Though ever distant, the withdrawn revealed to us such truths about the land which lay long hidden, even to one such as I. Their knowledge ever waking into new-found depths of consciousness, they led us all to better know ourselves. Oh, no more? No more. Then how about you drag Alex over here? Turn them tables. Alright, let's see if I can do this little Impy Boys challenge, even though he needs more more XP. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials, Tizo. I dare think I remember something of that imp. He certainly stood out from all his ilk, although that really is not saying much. Well, let us bring him forth. Tizo soon appears in heed of the summons. Rikiki! Tizo seems to be prepared for whatever lies ahead. Denelin, thanks for the giant emote, by the way. I really need to find a way to make giant emotes show up, or at least give me some notification that they happen, other than having to have like a separate Twitch chat open. I wonder if it would show up if I was using the Twitch chat or Streamlabs chat instead of Restream chat. I shall tinker. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, imp. You answer to me here. Tizo indicates his understanding and is prepared to begin Sandra's trial. You know the formalities, of course. Show me then what you have learned thus far about the rites. Here in this trial, it shall be just you, my Beyonders, and your lovely reader. Let us see now how you fare. Go forth, Tizo! Fuck. No! That's a bad start. Fucking God. Let's just restart that. You're gonna make some tea now as well? Okay. Leave me alone, you bullies! Noise. Not noise. God damn it. Nope, gotta level Tizo up. Not fast enough. Bertrude slithers up to you as the black wagon passes through the skies above her former abode.
Our kind who lurk below, they would scarce believe we saw above them now. We told them when Sandal came to fetch us that we shall not return for some time. Our most accomplished laborers, with whom we shared so many moons, we trust that they shall carry forth the reputation of our services, for we taught them all that we know.
She seems almost nostalgic as she lists off the various services provided at Big Bertrude's. Curses, balms, potions, powders, cleaning reagents, sleep medicines, fungicides, seances. Big Bertrude's earned quite a name for herself throughout the downside for these and other things.
When we are finished here, provided we do not return from whence we came, we shall return to our establishment and carry on our business, for there's much demand.
Is it all Falcon wrong? You arrive again in the poisoned lands of flagging hands, already anticipating the sinking feel on the place. This time, Bertrude has something to say for you.
We shall show how to withstand the less pleasant qualities of this locale.
She reveals various salves and minor enchantments to help to counteract the spirit-draining effects of the region. Soon everyone is feeling better, if but for the assurance. Here in the poisoned lands of Plaguemont, you encounter a familiar face hawking his wares as always. He sidles right up to you.
Oh, hey guys. Funny running into you out here. You guys alright? But anyways, I gotta say, do I got just the thing for you. Mint condition. And although I haven't seen it exactly, I am really sure it's something good, okay? So you want this thing or what?
He's offering a sealed talisman. Do I put cream or sugar in my tea? If it's an herbal tea, I just usually sweeten it with a bit of honey. If I'm making like an Earl Grey or a chai, I'll put honey in the chai and a bit of cream. Earl Grey, a bit of sugar and a bit of cream. No telling what it is for certain, though you sense power. Such an artifact would likely cost much more once on display. What about you, real good girl? Well, shit. I can't afford it.
That's okay, you guys. Because someone's gonna buy it anyways. So, let's go find him, Dad.
It is time to mentor the imp. I like honey in my tea. I used to drown mine in sugar, but diabetes has made me enjoy unsweetened tea. Put some cream in. Honey pairs well with the more aromatic teas. Scraw! He's always more than pleased to hear you tell him of the right. You and Tizo compare thoughts on how each of your fellow exiles can contribute to prevailing in the rites, and in which groups of 3 they can maybe achieve their very best. Tizo feels honored to be of service to the exiles of the Nightwings. Still no skill? Yeah, damn it. Oh, I need to get him a new token. Thinger. Yeah. Yeah, there is a tea called Lady Grey. I forget how it differs to Earl Grey, but it do be a thing. I'll be your Lady Grey, Daddy. Daddy owns. All sorts of undadly thoughts. Lady in Grey, she's dancing with me, tea to tea. That's about as high as I can possibly sing, by the way. Any more stuff in the book? No. Hey, you guys. Always nice to see some more customers because, you know, I don't always get around too much here, and sometimes it gets kind of lonely here, I guess. Still the best character. See you guys again sometime soon, maybe, okay? Because I gotta say, you are my favorite customers I had all week. Comments to the right. As you await the stars, a form dressed in the raiments of the rites approaches you and Volfred. You at first presume it is one of your next adversaries, the Chastity. But he cannot be one of them. Beside you, Volfred starts, something you have never seen him do. You observe the colors he wears, an inverse of the Nightwing.
Volfred Sentinel. It has been a while.
Nope. Voice. That's a big old nope on that voice. No, this cannot be. The demon unfastens his mask.
It can.
You perish. I watched you fall.
You did.
I grieved for years, yet now you live.
I do. Although these horns, they grew long ere I could walk again.
Unbelievable. Then why are you here now, Orale? You know full well, Wolf. To reclaim what is mine by right. The demon Auric leaves without another word, just as the stars above burst to life and seemed to set the sky aflame. That's probably why the fucking challenge is way harder.
Endrigar the Widow. Lord Gandroth. Islak Astralborn.
Okay, East. I know.
Reader, what lunacy is this? 'Twould appear the Nightwings are to stand against themselves this time around. This is a mutiny in violation of the sacred law. The exile whom we face, Oralek. Long ago he had his chance, and he relinquished it. He cannot simply claim it now. And I cannot preside over this nonsense. Good night.
Semana repretaran.
What happened to the chastity? The stars showed we were to face them. They must have suffered a misfortune of some sort. Tampering with the stars' designs is not permitted, Oralek. Cheating the worthy of their rightful liberty is not permitted either, Volfred. You must know that I took no part in that betrayal. Search your heart. Orlex is nothing for a time. Then, where are your raiments, Volfred? I like the little musical changes between the two speakers. Goodbye, guy, bad guy. I have refused to wear them since, in a show of solidarity to you. And to elude the voice, I would suppose. Yes, that too. I see. You were never very good at this anyway. We shall see if that new lot of yours is any better. You cannot be serious. What sense is there in us standing against each other? But Oralek puts on his mask and stands ready. I shall crush this lot of yours, Volfred. You shall see that I am not so easily discarded, and you shall not deny my liberty again. Reader, the adversary whom we face, Oralek, he is not one to back down. He was very experienced in the rites even at the time, and so beware. There was no one in his day who could prevail against him, and he appears even stronger now. I wish I had more valuable advice to give. In this, I wish I had foreseen this. Well, I gotta sneeze. I'm glad this mic has a quick mute button on top of it.
not normally keen on getting into other people's feuds, but if you insist. Such a triumvirate you have assembled, Alfred. Then let us see what they can do. Come and face me, false Nightwing. Tizo?
Tizo fumbles with his mask. Tizo recognizes Oralek and greets him tentatively.
It is good to see you.
Oralek reaches for his mask in turn.
How is the horn? Mended?
Tizo indicates his horn has not bothered him for a long time now, and thanks Oralek for it.
Good. A full recovery. But
it is unfortunate to see you standing there with them,
Tizo.
Come with us. No questions asked. The proposition seems to catch Tizo off guard. Tizo indicates that he will not abandon his friends or their quest. He seems to be pleading with Oralek to stand down, to listen, to not give in to anger. But Oralek shakes his head. He puts his mask back on.
This is something I must do, little one.
Tizo dons his mask in return. He chirps nothing more. But no! What the fuck am I doing? Oh, that's right.
No!
Hell yeah, Tizo. Get it. Damn it. Oh, don't spoil. Son of a bitch. I might lose this.
You have grown weak, dragging through the mud the good name of the Nightwings all the while.
Bonk. No. Oh boy. Damn it. Seriously, I gotta do it one more time? Shit. Fuck, I lose. Time to save, scum.
Liberatus. Termanim lavis.
I didn't mean to pick Hedwyn. Oh well. This is going poorly. Touchdown! Fuck. Yeah. Crap. I'm gonna lose this. Maybe.
Oh, it's neck and neck now. Crap. Oh, victory! Damn. Those boys were tough.
You who call yourselves Nightwings. It seems you have learned something from Sandalwood after all. But you are the Nightwings in name only. And as for the rights, it is a mockery of what it once stood for. All of this, a stain upon the legacy of the scribes.
Volfred looks on as Orlek departs without another word. Orlek, forgive me. Tizo gives thanks to Haub the Swallow for watching over and protecting him.
Orlek, he has changed. Scarce resembles now the one with whom we traveled there.
I'm afraid so. I can only begin to imagine what he has been through all these years. Reader, as you can see, Orlek and I, we have some years in common. A story for another day. I need some time to look at how this all affects our plan. Reader, sir, Orlek is a principled person. His freedom was denied to him just when it was in his grasp. A doleful tale. Volfred shall tell you more of him in due time. That I have no doubt. For now, it seems, the stars beseech you once again outside. There, deep in the infinite dark, once more you see a single star shining brighter than the rest. The path to freedom beckons you on.
$15 and 0, baby!
In part due to some save scumming. Only twice. Once more then unto the fall of Soliam. Excellent. Our plan proceeds at pace. We need but continue to make good on all such opportunities as the stars present, so much as possible. Then our ranks within the Commonwealth may yet grow strong enough that we shall sway the people towards our cause. It shall be difficult, but the people have their hearts and consciences, and the Commonwealth has long since lost its way. The never-ending wars with the High Wing remnants, the passing of more sentences of exile than ever before for increasingly more dubious cases. The burning of books, the outlawing of literacy, these are corruptions of the teachings of the scribes. Together we shall prove it soon enough. Wolfred, sir, part of Orle. Wolfred says nothing in response at first, but then Orlek appears to have his own agenda now. We shall have to try and keep an eye on him, although our plan remains the same. Anyway, we have a mountain which we need to climb. Let's all rest up a bit, if possible. This night, we fly at break of dawn. Tizo. Tizo seemed despondent following the confrontation with Orlek. Ooh. Tizo is filled with mixed emotions at having seen Orlek again. Rahim. Like Wolfred, he thought for sure that Orlek had perished long ago. Orlek is angry, and Tizo is angry that Orlek acted so unfriendly with everyone. Then the little imp looks at you with sadness in his eyes, but says no more. Aw, cute. He skitters up to the rafters. What is life without an adversary? If not for forces that conspire against the will, life would be devoid of its innateness, the desire to overcome. Thus, when we the Eight at last fashioned a triumvirate based on our own ideals, we realized a void still needed to be filled, as the night sky needs moonlight. We Eight were united, our triumvirates shared our affection. They needed us to set them all against a common foe. Thus did we form the Nightwings, a triumvirate envisioned to exceed them all, both through means mortal and divine, and give an undue favor in each turning of the cycle. They are the adversary we all face. So the Night Wings are basically the final boss of rights. Blah blah blah. Let's do it, Tizo. Let's go. My smallest boy. You've been on so long. You're trying to beat my time today. Not intentionally. What I am trying to beat is Pyre. Double fuck. No, 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 no. Shit. Hold on. Let me check what equipment Tizo has. Let's do some swapping around. Let's min-max it a little bit. That might be a little bit. Oop, shit. Yes. Yes. Yeah. fucking bastard. Shoot me. Tizo's running is like so jumpy and jerky. And these guys can yeet themselves so far. Like Tizo's my least favorite character to play. Look how fast they go. I'm playing Pico Part 2 and it's wild. Never heard of it. Yeah. Can't do it yet. Oh, wait. I'm a fucking dumbass. I just remembered. I just remember the skill I got Pico. I mean, Pico Tizo. Eight people having to work together to beat puzzle levels. Oh, that's going to be chaos. Okay, watch. Watch this. Salute. Shit. Okay. I can transform, but then I'm just stuck. I hate this. I truly hate it. Nah, fuck this. I'm gonna level up Tizo a bit more. We will send Pamatha Jimothy. You call for me, reader, darling? Ah, it's that crystal. Then let's hash it out. I'm ready. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens the mask. Listen well, Harp. You answer to me here. Oh, a bossy one. Sure then. Go on and tell me more. Such a delightful student, for a change. Come then, let us see what you can do, left to your own devices, save for your reader's vigilance, of course. Let's show her what she wants to see then, reader, darling. Yes, indeed. No. No. Ah, these guys are so good at defending. Trial's hard. No. I'm in range. What? I was in the fucking air. Ow. Nope. Okay. That did not go to plan. Damn it. I just need to get him one more time. Fuck. Nope. Now it's neck and neck. If I lose this, I'm gonna be pissed. One. Fuck, I lose. I can do it, but it's just a pain in the ass. I need the talisman that lets me regenerate my stamina as soon as I pick the ball up. Victory! There it is. There! Now is everybody happy? Oh, happy as can be, my doubtless pretty heart. So good of you to ask. On top of that, your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. You have my congratulations to you both, you and to your lovely reader. Now be gone from here before I have any second thoughts. Boy, that Sandra could use a massage or something. So angry, isn't she? See, what's that you have there, darling? Ooh, nice. You land amid the old masonry of Mount Alodia, at whose summit awaits the Liberation Rite. Thus begins our third ascent to the fall of Solium. My agents in the Commonwealth report our plan is proceeding. Let us strive again to liberate one of our own and raise its chances. With some time to spare, having landed, you join Pyre on a brief expedition to the monument of Aub the Swallow. Well, here we go again, eh, Pyre? You got yourself into this mess. Now maybe you can get yourself back out. Not that you're in any hurry, really. What should you even do if you got out? Think on that for next time. The dead can wait to hear it. Soon, you and she are finished paying your respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Aub the Swallow has shown you favor. You shall soon begin your ascent, though there is time as yet to pursue your vocations. Find a remote spot where you and Tizo can discuss any of his misgivings or fears about your journey or fellow exiles. The conversation gives perspective and relief. Tizo appreciates that you took the time to hear him out. Out Tizo. While traversing the splendors on the way to the summit, you pass a monument to Molten Melee, and Tizo happens to take notice. I greet you all again, old friends, and you especially, great-grandfather. Thank you for watching over me and all of us. My friends could maybe use your help if you would offer it to them. Whether through me or any one of us, we shall honor your names in nights to come. Soon you and he are finished paying your respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Molten Melitha has shown you favor. You and your companions arrive again at the Scribe's Gate, before an archway carved of stone. Shall we, Raider? The minstrel leads you towards his counterpart, who seems unsurprised to see you all approach. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you again, Turi. Greetings, Celeste. Ah, we have returned. The stars shine darkly these past nights. Nothing more than a portent of your... Is it? Likely nothing more. Now, they are ready for you. Then come forward. Each of you in turn, please state your name and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scrap's Gate. Wait. You. She points to Bertrude. You are new amongst this group. You shall go first. Please do as she asks, Bertrude.
No downside as big Bertrude. We follow Sandal, for we are fond of him. He led us into exile, and he shall lead us out.
The Gate Guardian acknowledges her and motions for the rest of you to proceed. Everyone does so as before, including you. Once you've all declared yourselves, she regards you for another moment and beckons toward the mountain's top. The 8 Scrabs bid the Nightwings well. Go forth, Glory. Thank you, Celeste. Until the summit, Turi.
Hey, welcome back, you guys. You know, I guess this is a pretty decent spot for business all of a sudden. Cause it used to be, it was real bad up here, you know. I'd be here and just wait and wait and wait. And sometimes it gets real cold. Like I was saying before and stuff like that. So anyway, you back anything or what?
Oh, nice. That's one of them scrap snuff thingers, huh?
Huh? One down with those little guys and you'll be like, woo! You know what I mean? They're pretty popular, but I got my connections. They got their connections. They got their connections. And they got plenty more of those. So just come see me and Dad here later on. We ought to have one back in stock.
That's better.
Oh, there's no effect on that. What?
Fine.
Tell all your friends about us, because I already told mine.
We have some pages to give me the law. Where is it? Where's my law?
All right. Real good girls go to head to bed. Good night, real good girl. Thank you for sticking with me for basically this whole long ass stream. I appreciate you.
Ah, so close. Okay, one more to do and I can win this. And I win. Easy, just needed a respec. Fucking teaser. Teaser excited to have completed Sandra's challenge and awaits approval. A worthwhile effort, imp. Your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. Your predecessor may well improve. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. Just needed my little impy boy to go a little bit faster, that's all. Tizo is happy to be back and wonders what it is that Sandra granted you. You take a closer look at the new artifact in your possession. You received Ta'ub's wing. Ooh. 35% stamina cost reduction on abilities? Fuck yes. Get that good. Whee! Okay. Commence the liberation. Let's go! Again, you have reached the fort of Soliam, where one amongst you may go free, provided you prevail against the withdrawn in the liberation raid. We would ask a moment of your time. We have to talk. As darkness falls, the minstrel and Volfred pull you aside. We have some news that is, depending on how you look at it, potentially unfortunate. Welcome back from ads, folks. The lone minstrel directs your attention towards the dark night sky. The stars are fading. It is true. With the advent of the Titan stars, visibly fewer stars seem to be shining than once you saw in the sky above. Yes, the stars themselves are vanishing. Why, I do not yet understand, but what it indicates is this. The rites are drawing to an inexorable end. The light of the stars, without it, the rites would be unable to commence. Anyway, that is the bad news. The good news is that there are a lot of stars to go. How many liberation rites remain? I do not know as yet. The arithmetic is complicated. An estimation of the number of stars, the rate at which they fade, the accelerating rate at which we're being summoned here. Anyway, I'll work it out as soon as possible. For now, I felt that you should be aware. We can inform the others in due time. At the moment, though, they have this right to think about, and so do you. Look forth. As the stars above begin to shine, Volfred's words begin to sink in. It seems you have a limited number of chances remaining to liberate your companions, including this one now. Fuck that.
Congratulations, reader. It would appear the rites are drawing to a close. Doubtless the doing of that Orlek in all his bitter spite. For now, your exiles have another chance at freedom here upon the fall of Solium. So too do your adversaries, the Withdrawn. They fought so very bravely for this moment. Whichever side prevails soon shall send one of its own into the warm embrace of civilization.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn. Each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the withdrawn, come forth now and declare your state, and pay any respect you have unto your adversary, the Nightwing.
The bog dweller Udmildhe appears from the shadows and reaches for her mask.
We are known to be Witchwood Milde. Our adversaries, they are nothing to us, or the one we serve. Ye shall be devoured in the coming age, an age of strife, brought down by the fell wings, many-seeing eyes of Islach, the astral ball.
You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, good Milhead. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribe.
The scribe, they fail to stop Islach. Islach and he shall rise again. As for ye, Nightwing, ye are of no consequence in Islach's grand design.
She dons her mask once more.
Soon we shall return unto the land which Islach shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood and that of many, many others.
As for you, Nightwing, you bring darkness with you. What have you wrought upon the stars?
Celeste,
Please, we do not know what is amiss here. The Nightwings have only come to see that the liberation is carried out. Indeed. Then make your choice, Nightwing. Who amongst you to be anointed here?
Who shall return to glory?
no. Apparently it can only be Ray.
Ray.
Oh, you mean me? That I get to go home? But the 8 scrubs, what if they still want me to stay?
Who shall lend her support?
Burb.
Kanatha.
Small burb.
Tizo.
Tizo seems very determined to support Ray. You are filled with determination.
Soon, Islach, very soon, we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for the ye Nightwings, we have much in store
Commence.
Dunk. What? Hey, back! Oh my god, so much damage. What the fuck? Shit, that's why. Had my fingers in the wrong place. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, why won't my abilities activate? Because it wasn't fingering right. Yeah, fingering. Done. Ew.
Yes, ye sludge, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befoul our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings. Damnation to the scribes.
The invocation of a sludge, your adversary which Udmilth his curse, shall summon forth dark pools of banishing ichor, wheresoever any exile is banished here this night. That's gonna suck. No.
Yes. So it
Donk.
is. No more than a lick of flame remains. Oh, so close.
Die.
Glorious.
Victory!
Last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Of their adversaries, the same cannot be said.
And Ray goes free to ascend to the Commonwealth.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
So this affront against Sludge has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies.
I can go home. I think this means I can go home.
She shuts her eyes.
By the scribes, by the scribes! But what will happen to you, to one of you? Can you not come with? No, they say not yet, the scribes, they say not yet, although I think your time will come, And I will wait for you, because I don't have friends back home, at least I didn't used to. So I want you to come join me there, okay? But now the scribes are calling me, and so... Goodbye!
She falls into the shimmer pool, and then she is gone.
Goodbye! And please, those scribes, watch over them, okay?
Ray earned back her freedom.
The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace,
You can do it, Ray.
the cycle of the rites may yet continue for a while.
Dong.
Until the rites begin anew.
You have prevailed in the liberation against the withdrawn. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Ray, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this.
She's gone. Just as I was getting to like her.
Tizo is trying to console Pamitha with an imp-soothing song. You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Then Volfred asks the group to gather. You sense you know what news he is about to share. Everyone, I must apologize to bring such news at this late hour, but I felt that you all would wish to know, as soon as possible, the context of our plan has changed. He looks about at everyone before revealing to them what the stars have revealed to you both. The stars above are disappearing. They seem to just be fading away one by one, for reasons that the scribes alone may know for certain, though we all may harbor our suspicions. See for yourself if you have any doubt that this is so. A hush falls over your companions, all exhausted from the rite and now stunned into silence. If this phenomenon continues unabated, we have every reason to believe it shall. Then the rites shall cease when the stars no longer shine. Permanently cease, that is. Your companions exchange glances. You sense negative emotions rising. Confusion, fear. Before I gave you the impression that should the Nightwings not prevail in a liberation rite, there would be other chances. This remains so. However, our chances are now numbered. The exact number I have yet to ascertain, but to be quite frank, there are more of us than we have chances left. You sense your fellow exiles are beginning to realize what this means. I know this must be difficult to hear. But it is not a cause for panic. Our plan remains essentially unchanged. We shall take which opportunities arise and return as many as we can. I urge you all to take whatever time you need to think this through. At dawn, we shall head south again to Moonlight Alcove. We can discuss this further then. Now, please get some rest. Our path grows harder, though not insurmountable. Not while we stand together. We can still prevail. The group disperses. Some whisper in hushed tones. Others return to their quarters, speechless. There will be time later to better understand this omen. Dark tidings. Actually, let's talk to the minstrel first. After the liberation of Ray, you find the lone minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had occurred this night. You think you see him tilt his head as you approach. Some words of congratulations are in order for this evening, I should think, reader. And so, congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Ray shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought to benefit the plan in which you all now play a part. As for your adversaries of the withdrawal, this must have been a bitter loss for them, and Udmail, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we await the next turn of the cycle of the rags. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for the time, as now Scribesky sail. I await when we next all shall meet, when you next may yet live up to the glory of the night wings in the eyes of the 8 scribes, which yet shine down for us. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner and bids you a good rest of the evening. We, the 8, assembled here in the downside, and we gave our freedom so that you may yet have yours. It is an exchange we have not lightly made. It is my charge to ensure that you... Wait, I've read this. Get lost. I think I've read the whole book now. Cool. Good morning, everyone. We are at the mercy of the stars, and none can say how soon they'll shine for us again. Let us recover for a while at Moonlight Alcove and decide how to proceed. No. Best make yourselves as comfortable as possible here for the time, Nightwings. The rites ought to commence again before we know it. Until then, be well. Thus you and your companions remain on the mountaintop, waiting for the stars to shine again. The cycle of rites is ending. The news that Volfred and the Lone Minstrel revealed to you now threatens to disrupt the group's resolve. Who most deserves their freedom? Can there be any hope for your revolutionary plan to change the Commonwealth if too few exiles manage to return? These questions hang like a fog over you and your companions as you linger there on Mount Elodiel. For now, the exiles of the Nightwings vow to stick together, for as many opportunities they shall have. Many moons pass. One cold evening, Volfred finds you off on your own. Well, my boy, it's time once more. Come see. Volfred indicates the sky, and through the snow, you see that he is right. Soon after all your companions are gathered, Volfred regards the group in his steady manner. As you know, I have refrained from participating in the rites myself. This was a long-held choice of mine for a variety of reasons. Chief among the reasons is so that I might direct our plan free from unwanted attention both from adversaries here and those who would oppose us in the Commonwealth. Another reason is my past experience conducting the rites. It did not end on good terms. Before my time, the Nightwings comprised of 3 exiles, Brighton, Erisa, and Orelek. Little Tizo was with them as well, still learning in their ways. After Brighton regained his freedom in the liberation rites, the Nightwings took me in, a story for another time. But for one thing, I had the capacity to read the ancient book. Anyway, when we next earned our way into the liberation rite, Orelek was anointed for return. He had long been in exile and his horns were beginning to show. We prevailed. Little Tizo snuffed the accuser's pyre. Thus, Oralek earned his freedom. However, just as the shimmer pool was to engulf him, Erisa, she shoved him from the precipice and took her freedom in his stead. She perished, of course. Only the anointed can transcend the shimmer pool, but she thought the mid-warnings were a myth and paid the price. She was always restless. I presumed Oralek perished too. To survive a fall from Mount Elodiel, I was left alone. Subsequently, I made no attempt to reassemble the Nightwings, knowing that such treachery, even such harm, was even possible as part of this ordeal. I, frankly, still do not hold Erisa entirely at fault for what transpired. I hold instead the Commonwealth responsible, for it put us in this desperate situation. And I resist the urge to think that the rights may partly be to blame, as well, for pitting brother against brother, sister against sister. Volfred breathes a deep sigh. Now I see that Oralek yet lives, at a time when our plan is already in motion. And even the stars are fading, perhaps a signal that the scribes themselves know that the Nightwings are divided, and that they do not approve. But I choose to take it as a sign that we must act. The scribes has put us in a set of circumstances where each one of us may rise to the occasion. The Nightwings and our plan need all the help that they can get, and so I have made a decision which I wish to announce here to you all. In the name of the Nightwings and reader, by your leave, I would conduct the rites again. Long have my skills languished in the matter, I admit, although I trust I shall regain them soon enough. While I once vowed never to conduct the rites again, our present situation calls for all our resources to be brought to bear. So, if I may be of use during the rites to come, I shall avail myself. That's all. Now then, our reader shall determine where we are headed come first light. Volfred bows his head to everyone, while the others exchange looks, then, one by one, salute him in turn. Once more, do several stars shine bright in the night sky, revealing several paths for you to pursue toward salvation. The stars reveal to you a path towards Hulk of Ores, where the rites shall soon continue. Come morning your travels shall continue. For now, everyone needs rest. Oh, just an appendix. Hooray, I completed the book.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader. Yet an awful rumor reached me recently that you have within your retinue a traitor to the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike. But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you? I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow the voice, which had thus far reached you only in the rites, has found its way into your sleep. As well, you shake free of it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. The group is eager to set forth at your command. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Again, our hated enemies befall us, those who vanquished us before, stoking yet hotter our deep hatred. Would that these blasted rights not impose such arbitrary rules, then we would use our talons here and now, rather than words. Know this, you fools. However high you may attempt to fly in that abomination, you shall always be beneath us. Shut up. As the wagon soars across the skies above Wakingwood, you notice Volfred appears lost in thought. You cannot sense straight away what he is thinking. Do not mind me, reader. It is simply that being here in this vicinity, it brings back a lot of memories and gives me much to ponder. I hid within those woods for many, many years, making preparations for our plan. I cast aside my raiment and became untraceable. There I waited for the plan to germinate, so it means a lot now to be here, above that place at last. Quite the view, wouldn't you say, my boy? Yes. That point of interest. Your flight takes you to where near to where you breached past storm wall into Deathless Tempest. With the climate in the downside intensifying, you wonder if the storm has spilled forth from its confines and started to ravage other regions of the land. There. Volfred appears to have finished sealing some sort of document. He smiles as he approaches you. Hello, my boy. Was just on my way out to make a drop. Report a bit of progress to our supporters on the other side. Would like to know. It is not clear to you yet exactly how Volfred is able to communicate with agents in the Commonwealth. We have our ways of making certain that such messages manage to make their way to whom they need to reach. Most of the time, at least. It's not exactly the most dignified of methods, but the messenger imp is as hard-working as the rest of us, dare I say more so. Most imps lack the capacity to do that job. They of course cannot traverse the outer boundaries of the downside, but they can squeeze much closer than any of us. Volfred offers to continue more of this process. It seems that he has been using certain imps to relay messages to his agents in the Commonwealth for some time now. From that point, we depend on certain other means. A trafficker like Rookie would likely be familiar with them. Then, my agents intercept the messages as they arrive. The messages are coded in the off chance they reveal themselves before unwanted eyes, but even still, my agents put themselves in great peril there, supporting our cause and our plan. I could not ask for a more dedicated bunch. A shame we cannot meet them separated as we are. If we succeed in our endeavors, it shall be thanks in no small part to them. They have identified hundreds of citizens grown loyal to our cause, found hidden corners where they can speak freely. Their goal is to grow in numbers while remaining safe. For now, we cannot resist the Commonwealth if too few citizens stand with us, whether due to apathy or fear or lack of willingness to see our nation as we do. Some of these agents I have known for many, many years, long before my exile.
Not a tempredage.
Many were former students from my days of teaching Commonwealth doctrine. It was clear then who among us did not take the common view. These days I report to them our progress, and they in turn report theirs back. From that assessment, I update the estimation of our plan's success. Our chances of success increase substantially each time we liberate one of our own, but those loyal to us in the Commonwealth slowly gather strength regardless, knowing our efforts. Thus do we inspire each other, not unlike the dynamics which I see among the Nightwings here. Now, good afternoon, reader. I have a delivery to make. He strides out the wagon bearing the sealed message. You meet up with Bertrude, who suggests you go ranging with her through Underking Pass.
We follow shadow window.
Together you set out to explore the undulating waves around the Black Wagon. You find little to speak of other than the desolation typical of the downside.
Thy searching of these lands yields not. Let us return.
You and Bertrude make your way back to the wagon. Though uneventful, your search helps ease the burden weighing on you and leaves you with time to pursue your vocation. Vocation time! You and Tizo discuss the meaning of the rites, developing a deeper understanding of this contest created to determine the worthy from among all those pitted against each other. A hidden power, a terrible, unbridled fury appears to have awakened within Tizo. All in all, he seems very enthusiastic about it. Tizo believes the rites were created with good intentions for those who conduct them with honor. Attaboy, Tizo. The wagon comes to a sudden stop after a near miss with someone or something that got right in its path. At first you see no sign of whomever or whatever it was, but then a voice rings out from off to the side of your path. A friendly yet somehow aggravating tone leaves little room for question as to who it is.
Hey, guys. So, maybe watch where you're going a bit more next time, I guess. You want us to scare Dad half to death. I mean, just look at him. But it's good running into you like this, because I got for you a real special deal. We got some pretty out there stuff on hand, and it's been slowing us down a bit, to be completely honest here. Something about him, I don't know, but Dad just hasn't been himself. But once we open shop, why, these little numbers, they're gonna go flying off the shelf. And you can have first dibs. All you gotta do is give us a lift, cause you're headed to the Hulk of Horrors, right? Just drop us off when you get there, okay?
The Black Wagon does not provide for you the most spacious accommodations, but it may have enough. It may have room enough for Falcon Ron barely, at least for the short remainder of your trip. On the other hand, you sense a troubling energy from whatever strange artifacts he is transporting right now and wonder whether you should get involved. Though your fellow exiles exchange cautious looks, you invite Falcon Ron to climb aboard.
Oh, great. Thanks, guys. Just squeeze right in.
He does not.
Dad, come on. Put your back into it already.
Eventually, Falcon Ron manages to get on board as you prepare to set forth again. what felt like an interminable trip, during which Falcon Ron did not even once cease to speak of matters relevant only to him. You reach your destination.
Anyway, thanks, guys. And remember what I said. These thingers I got here, you got dibs on them. You come visit me and Dad, that is. Now we'll be going, so we'll be seeing you, okay?
Whether from Falcon Ron's ceaseless drivel or the ill effects of his cargo, everyone is left feeling out of sorts. Goddamn. Less damage to tires? Goddamn. Path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Hey, guys. Thanks for helping me and Dad back there. We really owe you one. And so, as promised, I got something really, really good in stock for you right here.
He pauses for dramatic effect, then he reveals to you several artifacts. The black hoof, the black heart, and the black claw. They emanate with energy that cannot possibly be completely healthy.
Nice, huh? You guys, you got first dibs on these bad boys. And I tell you what, they're gonna go fast. You guys take care, okay? And thanks for doing business.
Okay. And on that note, we're going to read out. Seems there's an awful lot more piring to be done in order to fully clear Pyre. So I am going to give us someone to raid and to meet. Oh, I know who we're raiding. We're going to go visit Tuna for lunch. Our raid message is going to be this is going to be our raid message. All glory to the Hypno Dad. Everyone, thank you for joining me tonight and today. It's been great fun. Appreciate the laughs, the lurks, the bits, the messages. I will be back on tomorrow before my usual 6 p.m. slot because I want to get in on this game. I'll probably actually end around 6 p.m. when my son gets home. So, until then, good night.